mission at Selfridge Air Force Base in Macomb County. And we saw that come to light last week. And at the end of the day, what I'm hearing from Michiganders is that they are grateful that she understands when to work with him. I think when to work against him, maybe stand up to him. She's not compromising her values. She's still a strong advocate for reproductive rights, for women's rights, for voting rights, all of the things that we need to stand up for, but also knows that, Selfridge Air Force Base delivers $880 million of economic activity in Southeast Michigan and for our state. That is essential for the success of our state. And she knew the only way we were going to get that was by meeting him, by flattering him. And she did that and did it successfully.
As you talk about values here, Mallory, and the values that do unite the Democratic Party, I think we all also know that there are plenty of fissures within the party itself, especially in the aftermath of the 2024 election. And in the contested primary in which you are competing, including against the incumbent Congresswoman Haley Stevens for that Senate seat, does that risk bringing to light some of those deep fissures? And I wonder what aspect, what part of the Democratic Party you see yourself representing here?
I don't think so. One of the things that I believe has been frustrating for voters across the political spectrum is feeling like the parties are making decisions for them, that voters do not have a choice as to which their preferred candidate is. I think that was some of the frustration that I heard on the ground in 2024 from the Democratic Party. I think Vice President Harris was put in a nearly impossible situation. I think that she did an incredible job with the 100 days or so that she had to mount a campaign. But I also heard from voters who said that they really wanted to have a primary, that if President Biden was not going to seek the reelection or was unable to, that voters should decide. So I'm excited about having a primary that is going to give Michiganders the option, the ability to look at multiple candidates, look at their platforms, look at their approach. My sense in this moment, to answer the second half of your question, is that this is going to be an election decided less by where a candidate falls in the political spectrum, whether they are progressive, moderate, or somewhere in between, and more about what their approach is. And that is where I think I fit. I have been a very pragmatic legislator here in the Michigan Senate. I came into office flipping a Republican district in 2018. My predecessor had won by 14 points. I beat him by 4. So we swung a district almost 20 points in the first cycle. And I did that by appealing to a lot of voters across Oakland County who saw me and they said, "You remind me a lot of my daughter who left and went to Chicago or New York or Denver. Why are you in Michigan? And what can we do to bring my kids back?" And that is a value that I think is universal, that Michigan should be a place of opportunity and family, and that this should be a place where people want to stay, invest, start a family, buy a house. And that is the approach that I'm taking into this election, that I feel like this is less about relitigating maybe a 2016 political fight where it's the Bernie wing versus the Hillary wing, and people are looking for somebody who stands up and communicates and believes that we have a future after the Trump presidency, knows how to articulate what that is, and shows that they're willing to fight for Michiganders.
All right, Mallory, we appreciate you joining us. Mallory Morrow is a Democratic state senator in Michigan and, of course, is candidate for a Senate seat in Michigan as well. Thank you for being here on Balance of Power. And of course, we still have more coming up in the second hour, getting back to some of those very ideas we were just hearing from her about, specifically around trade.
That's right.
Whether or not we're making progress with China when it comes to a path, or at least an off-ramp to tariff reduction.
Absolutely. Mikey Sherrill is going to join us, the Congresswoman from New Jersey, who's also running for governor, to get into some of these issues and a lot more. We'll review the jobs data with Anna Wong. Economist Catherine Edwards will be with us. We're just getting started here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew with Katie Lyons on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Jobs Day edition with news from China putting more gas on the fire on Wall Street. Thanks for joining us live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Remarkable to see the markets making up for ground lost since President Trump's Liberation Day, Kaylee, without much news to base it on. Yeah, we got strong jobs data today. There are some concerns about a slowdown. It was the news from Beijing and a headline from the Wall Street Journal having to do with fentanyl that really seemed to get things moving.
Yeah, essentially that Chinese authorities are trying to understand, or at least looking at, what exactly the U.S. would like to see in terms of changes to the chemical ingredients that China makes that go into fentanyl, maybe trying to address that 20% tariff related to fentanyl.
Indeed.
Of course, there's the other 125% tariff to contend with as well that is more structural trade issues. But the Chinese Commerce Ministry did say overnight that they're evaluating whether or not to begin talks with the U.S. And perhaps that evaluation is enough to juice risk appetite. We could be looking at the longest winning streak if we indeed close up today since going back to 2004 on the S&P 500.
20 years. Who would have thought we'd be having headlines like this today? But look, we'll let you know as we learn more. The fact of the matter is there's still great uncertainty when it comes to the tariff policy. This could, however, provide an off-ramp or maybe the beginning of talks with this White House, which is exactly what this market wants to see.
Yeah, keeping in mind that it was earlier this week that President Trump referred to this market as still being Biden's stock market. Yeah. I wonder if that thinking still holds today in the face of a better than expected jobs report that our colleague Anna Wong at Bloomberg Economics actually predicted. She was on the upside here and was close to the ultimate figure. We'll check in with her as well as Catherine Edwards. Plus, we have to talk to Mick Mulvaney. It's been a while.
Has been a long time.
Freedom Caucus founder, former acting White House chief of staff. We got to get into all things reconciliation with him, too.
Trump whisperer before our conversation. From the other side of the aisle, Mikey Sherrill, Congresswoman from New Jersey who's running for governor, will join us later this hour as well.
So we've got a lot ahead, but we begin, as always, with a check on these markets and this winning streak we are seeing. Charlie Pellet, day 9.
Indeed, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Lots of moving parts today. Yes, it is Jobs Friday, but also, as you guys mentioned, the big headline coming in the 11 o'clock hour New York time. China says it is assessing the possibility of trade talks with the U.S. Key because it's the first sign since President Trump hiked tariffs last month that negotiations could begin again between the two sides. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ up 86 right now, 56.90, up by 1.5%. The Dow up 592, up by just about 1.5%. NASDAQ is surging 302 points, up 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up now by 1.8%. 10-year, 4.32% with the 2-year, 3.83%. And gold down $13 the ounce, $32.25. That is a drop of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil also retreating today, down 2.2%, 57.92 on WTI. Bitcoin higher by 0.9%, 97,332. Bottom line here, U.S. stocks on track for another winning week. Also, the 9th day of gains for the S&P 500 index. Earnings news: Apple shares are lower on a day when the rest of the market is ripping higher. We got Apple down now by just about 3.9%. The other big report last night was Amazon. Amazon shares are up by 0.6% after earnings. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington for the Friday edition. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The Jobs Friday edition and a Jobs Friday market that we are all experiencing, as Charlie was just running us through, because it was indeed a hot payrolls print we got today. Actually, one that our economists here at Bloomberg Economics might have predicted. They thought this was going to come in higher than the consensus call. And indeed, 177,000 job additions in the month of March is what we got, something the White House is touting. Stephen Myron, who chairs the Council of Economic Advisors over there, joined Bloomberg earlier today.
There's been an ongoing disconnect between the hard data and the soft data, and the hard data continue to perform very well. 177,000 jobs last month, a beat of 40,000 jobs. That's the president's second jobs day beat in a row. And on top of that, you've got 11,000 construction jobs, expanding construction sector in spite of the president's crackdown on the border.
So there you have it. Non-farm payrolls increasing by 177,000 last month, and nobody came closer than Anna Wong, who joins us right now, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. Anna, it's great to see you. The headlines all seem to read the same: hotter than expected despite uncertainty over tariffs. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, so we basically predicted this, right? But I also said in our preview that this would be the last solid print before we are about to have two very weak print. And even this solid print surprised me in some details on how weak certain things are. So I'll tell you, Joe, the thing that surprised me was that the gains in professional and businesses sector, which is what we expected, actually largely came from employment services. So basically, employment services are the people who are helping temp agencies, helping people who are jobless to get temp jobs. So essentially, the support to payrolls print today is due to an increase in demand of jobs of helping jobless people.
Okay, well, that is definitely important to consider as we look at the kind of breakdown here. There's also the fact that manufacturing was not seeing job expansion. Instead, those jobs went down by about 1,000 last month. What does that signal, Anna? Because we've talked about how it's manufacturers that actually have felt the effects of these tariffs largely first.
Yes, so any economic models would predict that the indicators that would be showing the earliest evidence of the impact of tariff would be ISM manufacturing, and we did see it today. I mean, this week, that in the survey, it indicates that firms are resorting to layoffs now. So that's why we have seen a negative change in payrolls today for manufacturing sectors. In the coming two payrolls report, we're expecting a significant slowdown in logistics and trade sector. And usually, basically, in May and in June and July, you're supposed to see a bustling of activity in the ports because firms are very busy getting the shipments off the boats, transporting those goods that are about to stock up the shelf in Home Depot for ahead of Halloween, for and Target for getting back to school. All those are supposed to be arriving at the ports in May and June, and we are not going to see that because of the disruption we are already seeing. There are only 35 ships leaving China for U.S. as of 2 days ago. Nothing could change that. Wow. Even if there's a 100% pivot in tariff today, we are still not going to see the goods in the ports in the first 2 weeks of May.
Fascinating. We heard from Elon Musk this week talking about the efforts of the Doge, or the accomplishments of the Doge. Of course, the original intention was to find $2 trillion in cuts. They got to $160 billion, he said. Also put a number on job cuts. 1% of the federal workforce, 20,000 people. Does a number like that have an impact in the jobs data, or is that much smaller than some people expected, and it's a blip on the radar?
Yeah, so 150 billion, if we take that number at face value, is basically where our baseline was. Even I remember Scott Bessent 2 months ago when he did an interview with Bloomberg here with Saleha, our reporter Saleha. He said that it would be already a cherry on a cake to have 200 billion. Cuts. So that is something. And also, in terms of the reduction in federal workforce, Joe, remember that the key piece is actually the hiring freeze. Every year, about 120,000 to 150,000 federal workers retire or just naturally go through attrition. And so by not refilling replacing those jobs, you're actually slowly downsizing the federal government workforce. And by 2028, at the end of this Trump administration, the federal workforce would be maybe at least 6 to 10% smaller than when it began.
Wow.
Well, of course, we have a long way to go until we get to 2028.
Yes, indeed.
Just judging by how 2025 has gone so far, probably it's going to feel like a lot more than just 4 years. Anna, finally on the data today, when we consider that we actually had cooler wage growth than expected, knowing we've had this ongoing conversation about, what's going to happen if the Fed is faced with both inflationary and growth risk at the same time? What do they do? Does that actually suggest that some of those inflationary pressures you might be worried about are not present at least right now?
Yeah, so keep in mind that our team has been saying that the core PCE inflation would not be as high as what the consensus is saying and what the Fed is projecting, because precisely for that reason, Kaylee, we think that the service sector, which is more important for the U.S. economy, it accounts for about 70% of CPI basket, that part of the economy is going to soften, and as a result, the disinflationary pressure from the services will offset some of the goods price inflation that we might be seeing. So on net, we just don't think that this the tariff shock will ultimately lead to a 3.5 to 4.0 core PCE inflation that internal Fed forecast might be showing.
All right. Of course, we'll be hearing from the Fed on Wednesday. Wonder how that data will factor into the fact that they're very likely to not do anything with rates next week. Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics joining us on this Jobs Day. Thank you so much. And we want to continue the conversation now as we turn to Catherine Edwards, who's an economic policy consultant and a contributor to Bloomberg Opinion, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Catherine, welcome back. I wonder your reading of the jobs report today, knowing we've been talking to you for months now about concern you have around what could be a deterioration in the labor market. Doesn't look like we're seeing that much evidence of it yet.
No, I would call this a muted, if not boring, jobs report. I mean, we're all looking through it with a fine-tooth comb, but there's really not that much there. And I think it's expected, given the timing of the bigger tariff announcements. The data is collected just in the second week of the month, so it would have been pretty radical for the tariffs to have affected the labor market so quickly and so intangibly. The way that the mechanisms of a tariff affecting the labor market, are pretty well understood, but they don't happen as fast as a week and a half from an announcement.
So what's your trajectory then for the job market? We just got a GDP showing contraction in the first quarter. We're seeing recession odds go up. Some suggest we're in a recession already. Once we work through the next couple of months, the impact of tariff uncertainty, the federal worker layoffs that we were just discussing with Anna, and a broader slowdown economically means what for this job market?
I went through the beige book that was reported in April to hear what the Federal Reserve regional branches are hearing from employers in their districts. And you'll see kind of throughout the report, not starting layoffs, but making preparation for reductions in headcount. Right? They have not felt the need to cut their jobs, but they are preparing for a headcount reduction. And this definitely dovetails with what we are seeing in consumer sentiment. Now, it's very easy for people to kind of dismiss consumer sentiment of like, this is just the histrionics of people. It's driven by politics. But there's really good economic research behind the tangible aspect of consumer sentiment is people who have information that has not manifested in the economy yet. So this would be something like your boss tells you your job's going to end in June. And you still have a job, but something bad is coming. Or they tell you, if more ships don't leave China and these ports aren't busy, all of you are furloughed by May or by end of May, right? There is a sense in which consumer sentiment reflects information that people have about where the economy is going, and this is why it can tank kind of leading up to and is considered a leading recession indicator. I think that those two things combined, they're worrisome. And we still haven't seen an uptick in hiring. We still haven't seen employers really expanding payrolls to a great degree. And one thing that Anna didn't mention is that about a third of job growth entirely this year comes from the health sector, which is not a reflection of economic activity.
Well,
or
that's
the
a good point.
Of the economy, rather.
Sure. When you were referring to the idea that ships aren't necessarily going to be coming in from China, we heard from President Trump when he was at the meeting of his cabinet earlier this week talking about dolls, that maybe children will only have 2 dolls instead of 30. And maybe those dolls will cost a few dollars more. And I wonder if you see that as recognition of an economic reality on the part of President Trump that to this point he has seemed reluctant to adopt or acknowledge.
I mean, I think that this is another flip-flop from someone who changes his mind all the time. Remember that we had in January and February kind of dismissive concerns that economic pain was necessary. And then we had, following in March and April that the Fed just needs to cooperate with him. And so now we're not going to have pain, but we will have fewer dolls. I think it's just a lack of consistency that we've seen top to bottom with these tariffs. Think about what was put on a placard in the Rose Garden that didn't apply with even in 2 weeks. Or how deliberate were the numbers that went up on a placard in the Rose Garden that the internet tore it apart really in under an hour, that it wasn't really reflective of actual economic realities or the relationships we have in terms of trade with other countries. So I think there is a part of economic uncertainty that is hard to place that comes from a distrust of leadership. So we can negotiate trade agreements, we can get things back on board, but I don't know how many businesses think that there is going to be consistent economic policy or messaging coming from the White House.
Did Donald Trump just recognize reality, though, Catherine? What will this mean when it comes to back-to-school shopping? This is going to be a massive story late summer going into fall. And then there's going to be the story about Christmas being canceled, right? Is there any way to turn this around?
Of course, you should never give up on the U.S. economy, and you should never give up on good policy being able to make a difference. I think that many people are scared, and I know that the stock market is on a winning streak, and that's great. But the terror that is inflicted on savers when they see their 401k take a nosedive, that doesn't bounce back as much as the S&P does within a couple of weeks. There is a real fear and vulnerability that goes into consumer thinking. And if you hear from your boss, we might have to do layoffs in the summer, and you look at your 401k balance at the wrong week in April and you get scared about the future, you're not going to spend money the same way. It's possible to turn mood and sentiment around, but telling people fewer dollars is in their future is probably not the way to do it.
Well, and if we consider what the implication of a slowdown in consumption would be, knowing that consumers are the engine of the U.S. economy, Catherine, that's where all of this kind of recessionary talk comes in. Even the president has said he thinks that there could be an economic slowdown if the Fed does not cut rates in time. A repeated suggestion that the Fed risks being too late here, as they have in the president's mind been in the past. And I wonder if you actually think there is some truth to that notion that the Fed is likely to be late to react just by the function of monetary policy and the lag with which it works.
The Fed, doesn't serve one master but the U.S. economy. And they've got to act within the stewardship of the U.S. economy, providing stability and certainty going forward. And, if the president says jump and Powell says how high, that is even worse case scenario than a recession. Now, that's a permanent hit to our economy and stability. So we have to trust the Fed to put all of the data on the table and have a broad-based decision making that isn't just about, intervening during a time of uncertainty. And, frankly, what the U.S. economy needs is stability and certainty. And so I think that this is what has made the tariff rollout so doubly dangerous, because as you mentioned, Kaylee, there's a certain degree to which recessions become self-fulfilling, that as people get more scared, they pull back on spending, that declines economic activity because they're the engine of economic growth, and that accelerates a decline, as we're rolling down the hill. And so I think Powell being stayed here is really the antidote for a lot of people's fears, to the extent that they, pay attention as much as understanding the Fed's role in the economy, which could be a leap for a lot of people. But, I think as, people like us who are in deep on following what is going on in the details of the economy, it is nice to see Powell putting data in the economy first.
Well, it's great to have you back, Catherine. Economic policy consultant, Bloomberg opinion contributor Catherine Edwards with her view on the economy just days away from the next Fed meeting. He's got his work cut out for him next week, Kaylee. Jay Powell's going to face questions about tariffs and Trump, and you wonder if he brings any nuances that we haven't heard yet to this conversation.
Yeah, of course, we've already heard repeatedly from him. The Fed operates independently. Yeah. That independence is protected by law. They feel that they have the flexibility here to wait and see. There's too much policy uncertainty. He's probably not going to signal, hey, I'm thinking about cutting rates anytime soon.
You don't even need to watch it now. Just listen to Kaylee. Mick Mulvaney's on the way.
Yeah, it's
we
been a while.
haven't talked to Mick in some time. He'll join us next with the view from the Republican Party, our Trump whisperer on the way in here as Donald Trump spends the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. We'll have much more straight ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Jobs Friday. We got this market ripping higher right now, ripping a technical term with the S&P up 85, up 1.5%. On track for the 9th day of gains on the S&P. Again, bears repeating up 1.5% right now. The Dow up 571, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 298. That is a gain of just about 1.7%. Couple of key moving parts here. Jobs Friday, earnings, and also apparent progress on international trade talks. That is certainly boosting investor confidence. The 10-year, 4.31%, with the 2-year right now, 3.82%. A retreat for gold, down 0.1%, 32.35 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 58.14 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now higher by 1%, 97,380 on Bitcoin. Medical equipment makers, including Stryker and Becton Dickinson, say they're looking to pass on at least some of the estimated tariff hit to customers by raising prices. Right now, Stryker is up 0.9%, Becton Dickinson lower by 1.3%. Again, recapping, stocks roaring higher, S&P up 81, up by 1.5%. A balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the Friday trade. What could be the best rally, or closing the best 9-day rally we've seen on the S&P 500. The first time we've seen a 9-day rally like that, going back to 2004, as we could consider jobs and trade. And I wonder, there's a question as to whether or not the market is also discounting the focus now being on tax cuts that could be coming down the line, as Congress is still working on its budget reconciliation package, though, of course, they're not in town today. It's Friday. Why would they be? They're going to come back next week, though. And the House particularly is going to keep working, though. It's interesting. They actually have decided to punt on the markups in some key committees of their pieces of legislation. The Energy and Commerce Committee, which is still dealing with a massive question around Medicaid. The Ways and Means Committee, which actually has to be the architect of this tax package. What's going to be included? Potentially a lifting of the SALT cap. Are they going to really not tax overtime tips or Social Security and all of those various components? So there still is a lot of work to do, but President Trump, at least yesterday in the White House Rose Garden, was sounding optimistic because he still wants to see this one big package come to fruition.
The progress of the one big, beautiful bill, we love that bill. I won't like it if it doesn't pass, neither will you. It doesn't pass, your taxes are going to go up 68%. These will be the biggest tax cuts in American history, with 100% expensing, which is something that people cannot believe they're getting. We did it in the last one, and we had the most successful economy in my first 4 years that we've ever had in the history of our country.
Which brings us to our conversation with Mick Mulvaney, the former acting White House Chief of Staff, former Republican congressman who helped to found the Freedom Caucus, and a former OMB director is with us now. It's been a long time, Mick. Welcome back. Great to see you. You're no stranger to this process or the President of the United States. And so I want to pick up on what Kayleigh mentioned, the delayed markups for energy and commerce, ways and means, agriculture. At some point, they're going to have to get to this. And the matter of Medicaid has people in a bind. The President says there will be no cuts. Speaker says we're not going to do it. There are members of your former Freedom Caucus who want to see dramatic cuts. But if we hold the line on this and make good on what Donald Trump is saying, there will be no cuts to Medicare or Medicaid. Where do you find the money?
Hello and happy Friday. Nice to see you guys working on a Friday. Kayleigh, you're getting a little bit cynical about Washington, D.C. So, look, keep in mind that, and I had this conversation. There's a lot of questions wrapped up. Let me take the last one about Medicare and Medicaid. When Donald Trump says there's been no cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, I've had that conversation personally with Donald Trump a dozen times. And when he said, Mick, you can't cut Medicare in our 2018 budget, for example, I said, Mr. President, what is Medicare to you? He said, well, Medicare is what people get when they turn to the health care they get when they're 65. I said, you know, you're absolutely right. And I'm not going to touch that. Can I please have your permission to go and look at reducing spending or reforming everything else that falls under Medicare that people don't know about and most people don't care about? He said, what do you mean? I said, I ran down the 15 different programs that are funded out of this giant pot of money. That Medicare, he said, that's not Medicare. I said, Mr. President, technically it is. He goes, good, fix that. Our budget in 2018 was the largest entitlement reform proposal in history, but did not touch these over 65 healthcare benefits and did not touch old age income supplements for Social Security. But it still cut Social Security, reform Medicare, those types of things. So you have to watch the language. The bottom line, though, to your point, Joe, is great. It's hard. It's really, really hard. When we did that in the budget in 2018, the people who hated it the most were Republicans in the Senate. And that hasn't changed. It's really, really, really hard to cut spending. In fact, it's really hard to slow the growth of spending in Washington. So that's why you're seeing these meetings, these markups get canceled, because they don't know how to do it.
Well, as we consider spending, we should also note that the president and the White House released their so-called skinny budget today, Mick, in which the president is proposing base non-defense discretionary budget authority of $163 billion. That is nearly 23% below current year spending. Is there any real chance of that becoming reality?
No, not really. In fact, behind me, someplace over there on the wall, is the Wall Street Journal cover story when we did the exact same thing in 2018. I think it was the same, almost. I called Russ today and I was giving him the thumbs up because I think that's the same percentage reduction in non-defense discretionary spending that we had, that he and I did it together in 2018. No, it doesn't have a chance. It has more of a chance now than it does that did in 2018 because Donald Trump has more control over his own party. But while there was, more than half of the Republicans on the Hill hated it back in 2018, maybe still 15% of them hate it now, and you can't lose 15% of the vote. So, look, the way the compromises get done in Washington, D.C. is that you spend more, not less. And my guess is that's what they're going to end up doing in some fashion. They'll figure out a way to call it a reduction in spending. But look, Russ Vogt doesn't get a vote on how Congress spends money, and Congress is going to want to spend more money.
Does the president care about this? We talk a lot about deficit reduction, and then we go ahead and pass a bill with trillions of dollars in deficit spending. It kind of looks like that's where we're going.
I think he cares, but he cares more about getting the tax bill extended. And I think right now, if you came to him and said, look, Mr. President, we have to cut spending in order to get the tax bill passed, he would say, I am now the biggest fan of cutting spending. If you came to him and said, Mr. President, we're going to have to raise taxes on the super wealthy in order to pass your tax bill, he's going to be the biggest fan of raising taxes on the super wealthy. He wants the bill passed. But here's the part, and you guys mentioned this in the run-up, and I don't think this is getting nearly enough attention. The bill is not a tax cut. The bill is an extension of the current tax rates. It's the prevention of a tax increase. And I know that sounds like it's a semantic difference, but it's not. If you are an ordinary middle-class American and you hear Donald Trump go on TV and say, I'm going to give you a huge tax cut, technically he's correct because the current law is that your taxes are going to go up, and he's preventing that from happening. But if you were expecting more money in your wallet, if this bill passes, you are going to be extraordinarily disappointed. And that's going to be a hard sell for the Republicans.
Well, and is it an even harder sell because it is not just being pitched as a tax cut, but something that's going to offset potentially the detrimental impact of the tariff policy? They say this is a 1-2 punch. You got to wait for the tax portion as you consider what this is going to do overall economically. But Mick, you're suggesting that there's not going to be that much juice in this.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a little juice because a couple of things have already phased out. I think the 100% expensing that we did in the 2017 Act has slowly wound down, and resetting that to 100% is going to help, and certainly help on business investment and so forth, and ultimately help with economic growth. But again, if you are an ordinary person trying to figure out if you have enough money to buy toys for Christmas and you're counting on that big, beautiful bill, that's not going to help you. You are not going to have more money in your pocket in order to pay for the higher expenses, the things that cost more because of tariffs. And that's where I think the Republicans have got a blind spot, especially in terms of a PR message.
Where's Donald Trump on tariffs? Mick, so many people think they can get inside the president's head on this. It's become a question about whether tariffs are a negotiating tool or a way to raise revenue. There is a group, though, and there are many Republicans who tell us off the air, Donald Trump never intended to have a new tariff policy in place. This is, in fact, leverage that he's using. In a couple of months down the road, we're not even going to be talking about this anymore. Wall Street seems to be maybe warming up to that idea. We've just round trip back to where we were before so-called Liberation Day. Bring us inside his head when it comes to tariffs.
Yeah, of course, that's been the $64,000 question since Liberation Day. Are they the Peter Navarro tariffs, which are tariffs for the sake of tariffs, staying forever as a way to sort of encourage domestic production of textiles again? Or are they tariffs, for the sake of leverage on getting better trade deals? I'm sorry. And I think what we know now is it's the latter. It's the more nuanced approach that Scott Bessent has been pushing. I don't think they're going away, but I don't think Peter Navarro is having nearly the voice in the White House that he's had the last couple of months.
Well, someone whose voice within the White House or Trump's inner circle is going to change, we learned yesterday, Mick, is Mike Waltz, who's no longer National Security Advisor, has now become the nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. You obviously served in the first Trump administration. You were familiar with the kind of turnover nature of it. It's how you ended up at one point being acting White House chief of staff. And I wonder what your reaction was to yesterday's news that President Trump wasn't necessarily letting him go. He's not getting fired, simply maybe being reassigned. But still, this is the first shakeup we have seen in term 2.
It is, and I got a different perspective on it than I think most people. Look, I think I like Mike Waltz. I think they'll be hurt by having Mike Waltz's influence not available to them in the White House. I know who's in charge of immigration policy in the White House. That's Stephen Miller. I know who's in charge of leading the discussion on spending. That's Russ Vought. I sort of had the impression that Mike Waltz was at least a leading voice on foreign policy in the White House, and now he'll be gone. Okay, and I think that hurts the White House. There's no question. Losing the talent like Mike Waltz hurts. But here's the part I think they're missing. They've nominated him for a Senate-confirmed position. I consider the UN ambassadorship to be a demotion. I think most people would. John Bolton didn't go from NSC, National Security Advisor, to UN ambassador. He went the other way. Nikki Haley would not have gone down. She would have only gone up. But it is Senate-confirmed. What does that mean? The Democrats are going to get the investigation into so-called Signalgate that they haven't been able to get up to this point. And we are going to be hearing about this for a long time. I think Mike Waltz is ultimately confirmed for this position. I just wonder if we don't go through an entire summertime of drip, drip, drip of leaks about Signalgate that somehow get collateral damage, most specifically Hegseth at Defense.
It seems like we are. We talked to Senator Chris Coons about this last evening, and they're already preparing for those hearings, Mick. We're out of time. I've only got 30 seconds left. Can he still be confirmed? Will he clear committee?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's qualified. He'll clear committee. It was a mistake. There's no question. It was a stupid mistake. It was a mistake that rightly cost him his job, but the man is eminently qualified for the position. I think he'll be confirmed.
All right, Mick Mulvaney, great to have you back here on Balance of Power. Former acting White House chief of staff in the first Trump administration, former OMB director, former Republican congressman from South Carolina, founder of the House Freedom Caucus.
You got them all. I think you got them all.
Okay, yeah. It is a long resume. Joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and we still have much more ahead. Our conversation with Democratic Congresswoman and New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Mikey Sherrill is just ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index on track for its 9th winning day in a row. That will be the longest winning streak in over 20 years. Right now, we got the S&P higher by 82. Jobs Friday up 1.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average now higher by 540, up 1.3%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 287, up 1.6%. The 10-year, 4.31%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.82%. Spot gold down 0.3%, 32.30 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 58.18 the ounce. And Bitcoin now trading higher by 1%, 97,389. So again, recapping here, stocks higher, strong jobs data and progress on international trade talks certainly boosting confidence. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. We are live in Washington, where we saw yesterday the first real turnover, or at least shaking up, of the second Trump administration, as he announced that his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, who of course was embroiled in the Signalgate scandal after his inadvertent addition of a journalist to a chat that discussed Houthi attack plans, is now the nominee to be ambassador to the United Nations, leading many to question the other person who was operative in that Signalgate scandal, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, who actually texted the plans of the fighter jets, the weapons that would be used to strike the Houthis, and what would happen to him. And it's something we had a chance to ask Mikey Sherrill about earlier. She's a Democratic congresswoman from New Jersey, also gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey, and happens to be a former Navy helicopter pilot and sit on the Armed Services Committee. And this is what she said when we asked about the Defense Secretary.
Pete Hegseth needs to be fired. He is somebody that has obviously given classified information out over Signal, which is not a classified platform. And almost inexplicably, he wasn't just on that text chain we're all aware of with Mike Waltz. He was also on a separate text chain with his wife and his brother, among other people. So this is an infraction that would get a junior petty officer court-martialed. Certainly the Secretary of Defense needs to be fired for this.
You're backing an amendment to prevent the Secretary of Defense from destroying records and historical artifacts at the Pentagon and in our service academies. Congresswoman, you said in a recent Armed Services Committee meeting that he's taken Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou off library shelves, but left 2 copies of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. Does this amendment have the support to pass?
Unfortunately, we did not see that support in the House Armed Services hearing that we held on it. Again, this does not seem controversial to me. This erasure of history of the service, particularly of Black service members and women, is an affront. I went to the Naval Academy. I served for almost 10 years as a helicopter pilot, as a Russian policy officer. And I will tell you, the idea that somehow service women should not be there is just infuriating when we have seen such brave and great service from so many women, like our former CNO, who was one of the first admirals fired by this administration, and others. So at this point, I am just really convinced that Pete Hegseth is a real cancer on the military and certainly needs to be fired.
As we consider the defense posture of the United States, Congresswoman, President Trump today is requesting a record $1 trillion national security budget. Is that level of spending justified in the next fiscal year?
Well, I don't think we saw the $150 billion supplemental well justified because we didn't have the safeguards in place as to where it would go. We, in the hearing, tried to make sure that we understood exactly what was being funded. There wasn't a lot of clarity, and there weren't enough guardrails. So simply dumping $150 billion, much less $1 trillion, onto this Pentagon, when we have a Secretary of Defense that has proven to be very incompetent, many of the top leaders having resigned, at this point, we don't have a new chief of naval operations. I'm not sure anybody at this point wants that job because of the chaos that we're seeing at the top in the Pentagon. So we really, I think, have a lot of concerns. I have a lot of concerns as a member of the House Armed Services Committee about what the proposals are in this budget and what they will be funding.
Well, it becomes a question as well of what it is we're spending this money on, regardless of the spending level. Congresswoman, I know this is a debate that you're involved in on armed services. There was reporting recently that Elon Musk actually advised Secretary Hegseth on procurement, that we should be spending less money on the weapon systems and platforms of the Cold War and investing more in drones and hypersonic missiles. Is he right?
I think that there's some truth in there. I think what we saw, especially as we watched Ukraine, we saw how important some of these drones and new technologies are. I think the procurement process at the Pentagon is something that I've been very concerned about for years, and I think we can do a lot better. My concern, though, with somebody like Elon Musk advising this is the debacle that he's created with the DOGE process, which has not been thoughtful at all, which has actually fired a lot of people that are critical to the running of our country, people like air traffic controllers or people at the FDA or the NIH. So I would be very concerned about having Elon Musk run this process, and that's why at the hearing we just had in Armed Services, we wanted to understand what DOGE was doing in the military. We've got no clarity on that, which is just once again related to my concerns about what's going on in the Pentagon, especially under Secretary Hegseth.
Congresswoman, I'd like to ask you as well about the budget reconciliation process that is well underway on Capitol Hill, though it is kind of one party only. Democrats don't really seem to be playing a role here. But I wonder, when you consider your constituents at home in New Jersey, if you still think they might actually be net beneficiaries of this ultimate tax package, if it is to include a lifting of the SALT cap.
I think overall they will probably lose out, because what we're seeing is a $6 trillion addition to the deficit, higher than anything we saw under the Inflation Reduction Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the CARES Act combined. And in fact, this huge increase of the deficit, while at the same time not funding some of the really basic priorities of our state. 1 in 3 children use Medicaid as their insurance. Many of our nursing homes use Medicaid to care for people at the end of their life. Many families are relying on that nursing home care for their loved ones. So we also see these hits to the Department of Education and the Title I funding, a lot of funding that goes to the disabled community. I hear from that community quite often about what the future holds for them. And then at the same time, beyond just what we're seeing in reconciliation, we're seeing these huge hits to the economy of New Jersey that are ongoing because of the tariff regime and the chaos coming out of Washington. So I'm hearing from everyone from a coffee shop in my town saying costs are going to go up, to a builder in my area who's saying I've stopped all my projects because HVAC systems are going up 30 to 40%. And then, as concerning, we're seeing the world community is becoming really infuriated by the destabilization of the world economy by the United States. So we're hearing Canadian tourists are not going to come down the shore this summer, which is going to be a huge hit to our economy. We're also hearing from, manufacturers that, I was talking to one manufacturer saying, look, I had these orders from Germany. They just called me to cancel the orders to say they're not buying American anymore. So I'm not just concerned about the short-term consequences here, but some of the long-term consequences that we're seeing on the ground in New Jersey.
Well, we've spent the better part of this conversation talking about the changing political realities here in Washington. And of course, there are national implications. If you become the next governor of New Jersey, to what extent will you be able to balance what's coming from Washington in the state of New Jersey? Or is this Donald Trump's world?
No, this is why I'm running for governor, because I think we can take a very different path forward in New Jersey. We have so much opportunity in this state. I think building houses so we can drive down housing costs, making sure we're planning for utilities, because I firmly believe that the state that can drive down utility costs and produce the power of the future while driving down carbon emissions is the state that is going to own the innovation of the future. Investing in our broken healthcare system and rethinking how we're delivering care to millions of people. I think there is such an incredible amount of opportunity here to show a different and distinct path away from what we see coming out of Washington, what we see as the attacks on the economy and the attacks on opportunity, the attacks on just rights and freedom coming from Washington, D.C., standing in the breach as New Jersey with a different path forward, which I think is going to be really compelling.
Fascinating conversation with the Congresswoman, also a gubernatorial candidate, as you just heard, joining us here on Balance of Power. Mikey Sherrill, representing New Jersey's 11th District. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, with one of the major stories that we have not touched yet, Kaylee, that brings us back to Donald Trump versus Harvard University, as he took to Truth Social earlier today to make it clear that he would revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status. This is something he's danced around for weeks, writing, "We are going to be taking away Harvard's tax-exempt status. It's what they deserve!" Exclamation point. And joining us with more on this is our Boston bureau chief at Bloomberg, Brooke Sutherland. Brooke, it's great to have you with us. Does President Trump have the authority to do this on his own?
He does not, and there, is federal law that prevents the president from directing the IRS to take specific tax actions against, an individual or an organization. And so it's not clear at this point if what the president was referring to is some sort of directive that might come from the IRS, or if this is just what he would like to see happen. But even in the event that the IRS were to go down this path, this is not something that can just be done quickly with the swipe of a pen. This is a prolonged process that would require sort of an audit of Harvard and its activities. And then, this is likely the kind of thing that the university would most likely challenge in court, and that would play out over the course of several years.
So understanding that there are several things that would likely need to happen here before this actually would come to fruition, if it indeed if the administration is able to prove justification for this, Brooke, what would the consequence be for Harvard and its finances?
It would be very serious. I mean, Harvard is the oldest and the richest university in the U.S. And so compared to other colleges, it has a lot more financial firepower, but it benefits greatly from that tax-exempt status. It helps Harvard avoid paying property taxes. It has significant real estate, not just in Cambridge, where it's based, but also in Boston. And it also allows the university to issue bonds without paying interest on those. And those are material benefits for the university. And it would also, if the IRS were to go down this path, that would have serious ramifications for the Massachusetts economy writ large, which is highly dependent on institutions like Harvard and the top tier medical schools and other research institutions that are already feeling the pressure of the Trump administration's funding cuts, specifically as it relates to NIH.
Senator Elizabeth Warren spoke to Bloomberg News about this last month, called it flatly illegal for the president to direct the IRS to investigate or change the status for a taxpayer. So this goes to court?
Yes. At this point, we still don't know, I guess, if there is something to fight about in court. But I would presume that if the IRS did go down this path, that it would most definitely be something that Harvard would challenge. And we have already seen Harvard suing several U.S. agencies and government officials over that decision to freeze billions of dollars in funding that was supporting research on things like ALS and tuberculosis and other projects spread out across its various schools. And so, this is an escalating feud between Harvard and the Trump administration that really was kicked off by demands by the Trump administration to assert more control over the way in which Harvard really runs itself. And the university pushed back against that and said that went far beyond the stated purpose of really trying to curb anti-Semitism on campus and represented a threat to its independence. And so you have seen a number of Democratic leaders, Elizabeth Warren being one of them, but also Governor Maura Healey in Massachusetts and the state's congressmen as well, many of whom, I will note, went to Harvard or taught there, really rallying around the school's cause as it pushes back on the Trump administration.
All right, Brooke Sutherland, our Boston bureau chief at Bloomberg, thank you so much for joining us on this important story. We appreciate your time. And of course, there's a few important stories floating around on this Friday that we have been discussing here on Balance of Power. One being, of course, the hot jobs report we got today, 177,000 on payrolls. That in part is what was fueling the equity rally already today. Maybe fuel added to that after the reporting, Joe, in the Wall Street Journal, that China is looking at fentanyl and what it may be able to do in that regard as it considers a pathway toward trade talks. relations with the United States.
It brought us to new highs for the day. Just the idea of an off-ramp seems to be enough to get investors' attention here, although pretty remarkable to see the markets returning to where we were before Donald Trump's Liberation Day. This has been quite a stretch of rallies.
Yeah, could be the longest stretch of rallies since 2004, and they'll have more on that on Bloomberg Business Week Daily straight ahead on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. Happy Friday, live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily for this Friday. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek is off, joining me.
Happy to be here.
We dragged him in. We dragged him in.
Thank you. No, I very willingly ran over here.
Is that because we've just seen such a run-up in stocks? Like, it's kind of almost like the tariff noise hasn't happened.
It's interesting. This is a good jobs report that we got today, a strong jobs report, and we're going to talk more about that. But definitely a moment in time as we kind of look backward before we gird ourselves for looking forward, and interested to talk to Michael McKee, our Chief International Economics Correspondent, in a few minutes just about what might lie ahead, both for the economy and the Federal Reserve as well.
Yep, got a Fed meeting next week, so a lot on his plate.
A lot of central banking,
yeah,
I think. It's a busy week.
Exactly. Wow, it's like you do this for a living or something. All right, we're also going to talk about the U.S.-China trade war. Is there possibly signs that China is softening? Some interesting stuff that certainly has helped lift the market as well. We're also going to get into the world's most valuable company. We're talking about Apple. Everybody was glued to that call with analysts last night, so we're going to dig into that as well.
Yeah, we saw some downgrades this morning, so there was that great swell of interest in people getting iPhones and other products before we see this trade war go into effect fully. But what does it mean for Apple's future? I think that's a huge question we're going to dig in with Mark Gurman about.
All right, we're also going to get kind of the inside view from the C-suite, CFOs from S&P Global, Wholesome, and also Rivian, what they have to say about today's uncertain environment. So all of that to come over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, guys, let's get to that rally and that trade on this Friday. Here is Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. Surrounded by greatness in the studio today. What a team, what a lineup. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. Stocks extending gains. Yes, could see some history today. The S&P 500 index up 9 in a row. That would be the longest winning streak in just about 20 years. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out at the closing bell. The S&P right now up 87. We're at 56.91. That is a gain of 1.6%. The Dow, stocks extend gains up 560, up 1.4%. NASDAQ right now up 305, higher by 1.7%. A lot of optimism after the jobs report. Indeed, a lot of optimism about trade and tariffs with the 10-year 4.31%. The 2-year now 3.82%. Gold down 0.3%, 32.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 58.12 now for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up an even 1%, 97,431. Briefly, Apple teaming up with startup Anthropic PBC on a new so-called vibe coding software platform that will use AI to write, edit, and test code on behalf of programmers. That report from our Mark Gurman. Apple, meanwhile, down 3.6%. Couple of Wall Street firms cutting their or downgrading the stock. Apple again down 3.6% after earnings. Amazon up barely after earnings, up just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it. Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with David Gora, of course. He is host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, and you do a lot more than that.
Well, I try to be useful.
You have lots of titles like Marco Rubio.
Like Marco Rubio, that's right. Not quite 4.
Not quite 4.
I can aspire to that, though.
But it could happen.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about the monthly jobs report. Got it early this morning. We did see treasuries falling after a stronger than expected print, showing maybe that tariff uncertainty hasn't hit the nation's jobs market. Let's see what our Michael McKee has to say about it. He's Bloomberg TV and radio international economics and policy correspondent right here in studio. Felt pretty good.
It was certainly better than anticipated. Wall Street was leaning towards a weak report. The whisper number was 120. The consensus forecast was 138 going into it. But you nailed it there. This was done the week of April 6th through 12th. So it was right in the middle of Trump announcing his Liberation Day tariffs and then walking them back. So there was no chance for companies to respond. So they were going to do whatever they were going to do, and we did see a fairly strong hiring. Some categories that you would think would be affected by the tariffs showed strength. Construction, 11,000. Well, that's not tariffs, but that would be the immigration thing. A lot of the undocumented folks that come in end up working construction, and yet they were able to hire a decent amount of people. And so, this is the kind of thing that we just have to leave to the side of the road here because
it doesn't really show stuff.
It doesn't show us what's going to happen, and that's what the Fed cares about.
It is going to be part of that dashboard that the Fed's going to look like when policymakers meet next week. How do they regard this? You can kind of look at it and say, again, it's a moment in time, doesn't reflect that kind of broader anxiety about President Trump's trade war. How are policymakers going to look at this?
Well, they'll say it fits the narrative that we came into the year with a strong economy and a strong labor market. Even though we were stronger than anticipated in the 177,000 jobs that were created, they did revise down the previous 2 months by 58,000, and we're slowing. But that's what they expected. Is that a big deal, that revision?
Because when I heard the numbers, I'm like, oh, stronger than expected, but they revised lower.
It's a little bit more of a revision than you usually get, but it's not unusual. I think it's basically some of the difficulty with adjusting around the seasonality of January, February. And so, we're slowing. It's what's expected, and the Fed isn't going to be able to take any lessons out of this. So you ask what happens next. We don't know because we don't know what the president's plans are. What we do know is that the week that they started the survey is when Indeed's job postings list started.
This is the job search site.
Started falling off a cliff. And since that week, it's gone way, way down. And so that may mean that companies are, if not getting rid of people, definitely not looking to hire more people.
So when does that show up? Is it next month? Potentially, if everything kind of stays the same and sentiment remains the same, do we see that in next month's data?
Well, I think you'll see some of it. Okay. You won't see all of it because, again, we don't know. And if the president should suddenly pull everything off the table, then companies are not going to want to be caught short-handed because that hurt them coming out of the pandemic.
They still feel that fear.
So they'll keep people on as long as they can. I was at an event last night talking to an executive from a European candy company.
Okay.
Does business here. And he said it's a mess because their raw material prices are going up, their tariffs are going up, everything's going up. And he says, we've gone to our retail customers and they don't want to take price increases. The only thing that helps is everybody's doing it. And he said, and the customers are just stopping buying because the prices have gone up so much. And I said, well, what are you doing to try to mitigate your costs? And he said, well, we're trying to establish production lines in the United States, but that takes 2-3 years to do. And I said, well, are you letting any people go? He said, no, we're not, because we don't know. We may need these people.
Right.
So he was a kind of perfect example of where companies find themselves at this moment.
I read with interest Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics' note this morning, as I'm sure you did, and a line stood out to me. In a typical May and June, 3 sectors account for almost all net hiring: leisure and hospitality, trade and transportation, and construction. Let me ask you to use that as a jumping off point to kind of forecast the pressures that those sectors will be under here if things continue apace.
Well, the construction sector would have a great future given the shortage of housing that we have if they can get the workers. And so that's going to be something definitely to watch because we've shut off immigration from the South, which is where most of these construction workers come from. So we'll see if they can do that. Leisure and hospitality did well, 24,000 jobs in the food and drinking service space. Now, this is also a time of year when leisure and hospitality adds lifeguards at swimming pools and camp counselors and things like that. So there's going to be a question there as to how robust that is, and then we'll see if these different categories can continue their seasonal pattern of growth. We just don't know, and it sounds silly to keep saying that, but we don't. The federal government lost 9,000. That's not very many compared to what we've heard. So we would expect that one to lose a number of jobs going forward in the next couple months.
Hey, one of the things, so none of this really, the Fed's going to be okay, great. We've got some breathing room. And so in terms of any kind of rate moves, Mike, are we looking?
Nothing this month, nothing next week.
And so second half of the year, maybe?
Well, that's what would seem logical. You remember when Chris Waller talked to us a couple of weeks ago, he said that we wouldn't see data that they could rely on until maybe July, which would be June data. And even then he wasn't sure because the president's 90-day suspension of the reciprocal tariffs ends in July. So it may be August and September before you get good numbers. So I would think that if nothing changes, that we're probably looking to the fall.
I suspect this leads to a very interesting Jackson Hole in August, where you could have some movement on this, and also a national park that could be dealing with a significant amount of employment shortage.
And we saw that during COVID. You remember the Jackson Hole conference was canceled in person. They did it virtually during COVID because they couldn't get the workers because of the pandemic. And I suppose that could happen again, although it's complicated because we're not talking necessarily about Park Service people who are on the payrolls. What we're talking about mostly workers who come from overseas on short-term visas to work during the summer. So I'm interested to see how that all plays out.
I will point out the travel section of Bloomberg Business Week. It's all the summer travel guide, and they talk about going to the national parks and give you some advice and kind of maybe how to deal with what might be some reduced workers. Before you leave, got to ask you, because we did see President Trump put out on social media, gasoline just broke $1.98 a gallon, lowest in years, groceries and eggs down, energy down, mortgage rates down, employment strong. Much more good news, billions of dollars pour in from tariffs, no inflation. The Fed should lower its rates. Are these prices down? Your gut check. Will billions pour in from tariffs? Is there no inflation?
If only any of that were true.
Truthfully, right?
The folks at Gas Buddy who track gasoline prices at every station in the country say that no gas station in the country is below $2. The average, I
haven't found it.
The low, I think they said, was something like
found it? No, I haven't found it.
Something like $2.58 or something like that. So that's completely wrong. Mortgage rates. One of the producers here just asked me today, so we checked, and they've been going up. Egg prices on a retail and wholesale basis are a little bit higher. They're not rising as fast. This is the old what's disinflation and what. They're rising, but they're not rising as fast. And grocery prices have been up every month. They're not falling at all. So no, none of that is true. The year-over-year inflation numbers, because the monthly ones have been not rising as fast, have come down closer to 2%. But the problem is not solved. There is not no inflation, and the Fed is still on the job with that.
I suspect it's going to continue. We're going to keep hearing from the president in this forum and others.
Well, it's been a great day because we've barely heard from him. I guess he's been on the golf course all day.
It's been a little bit quieter. It's been
he's been on the golf course. So.
But I do think about pricing and trade, right? Like what the impact, Mike. Before we wrap up, like how are you thinking about that aspect in terms of tariffs and trades and the impact that could put on pricing? Should we assume we're going to start seeing the data points?
We should assume that, at least from what everybody is telling us anecdotally. The folks from the Port of LA were in today and talking about there's no ships in LA, there's no ships at Long Beach, there's no ships at Seattle. And that just means that stuff that we buy from the Pacific, which is a lot of what you buy on a regular basis because it's inexpensive Chinese or stuff from Vietnam or something like that. And so if there's nothing on the shelves, then the prices are going to go up. If stuff does come in, we assume it's going to be tariffed, and it's going to cost more. You've heard the stories about Shein and Temu. They're not selling anything from China anymore. They're just selling stuff from the United States because they know people won't pay these prices. So you'll notice it, and that'll probably happen reasonably quickly, sometime in the next month or two.
Unless they get some kind of deal.
Unless they get some kind of deal. Michael McKee, always great to see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And as we talk about trade and the prospects of some sort of cooling off here in this relationship between the U.S. and China. Enda Curran joins us now from our bureau in Washington, D.C., covers economics for us out of Washington and spent a lot of time covering Asia's economies as well. Enda, this is the day on which those de minimis exemptions go away. And Michael McKee just a moment ago talking about the effect that's going to have on a number of these Chinese companies. What are you seeing as you dig into this, and what do you think that's going to mean for consumers who are worried about the price of products going up?
Well, I think on the de minimis side of things, there is literature that suggests lower income households in particular will be impacted by that. But on the other side of that debate, David, there are companies here, U.S. producers, manufacturers, who do complain about that threshold being so high in the first place. And they welcome this change in the de minimis because they say it will give them more of a competitive playing field against their Chinese counterparts. So there's two ways of looking at that. But the bigger picture, I think, does remain one of continued concern in the business community about the tariffs in China, which are now stacking up to be something like a trade embargo. Lots of business people that we speak to are complaining their inventory is running low, they're running out of goods, they've put orders on hold, and people are waiting to see, is there some kind of a breakthrough in the weeks, not even months ahead, in terms of these China-US negotiations. So it feels like we're approaching something of an inflection point in all of this, I think.
So let me ask you, and do we feel like, I feel like the market, some of the enthusiasm, yes, it's the jobs report, like, the U.S. labor market doing still okay. But I think it was some signs perhaps that China was reaching out. And I'm just curious, as you watch the global economy and try to figure out where we go from here, are we starting to maybe see that movement?
Yeah, well, of course, we can slice and dice all day who's reaching out to who, right? Who started this? Who's coming to the table first? All of that.
You understand, though, China, I think, more than most. So, like, how do you read this?
Well, I read it as though the White House started this trade war. They have been the ones sending the public signals, and China is now responding to that. That's how I read it. Now, China is making clear that they're willing to talk. I think the Commerce Ministry said the door's open if Washington shows sincere signs of talking to them. But they've also made it clear they're willing to fight to the end. So probably we're at a stage now where maybe these are going to be initial talks for perhaps some kind of a near-term, off-ramp, maybe the tariffs come down, maybe there's some kind of a near-term truce and working level parties work on some low-level agreement and the rest of it. But one would have to say that none of the bigger picture stuff can surely be solved near-term. If you think about the size of the trade deficit, the arguments over unfair trade and unfair competition, the arguments over IP theft and protection and all of these other issues, all of that's going to take much longer to negotiate. And Treasury Secretary Scott Best said that himself a few weeks ago. So if take at face value what we're seeing in the headlines, presumably they're going to talk to each other, maybe hit some kind of a near-term pause button. But this is a big story that won't be going away for a while.
And very quickly here, we got about a minute left, and another big meeting on the horizon is between Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Trump next week in Washington, D.C. Bloomberg broke that story this morning of that visit. It was confirmed by the Prime Minister shortly thereafter. As you think about the pace of these negotiations, how quickly do you expect some sort of agreement to come together between these two neighbors, these two allies?
Again, one would assume the fact they're meeting, the fact they're talking, surely does it suggest maybe de-escalation and meeting of minds on some of these issues? At least that's the face value take. They're hardly coming down to have an argument in the White House. That certainly would be a fairly shocking outcome. But I think this fits into the picture of a lot of these trading partners. The U.S. does want to cut some kind of deal with a lot of allies and then turn its focus to China.
All right, great stuff, as always. And to have a great weekend. Enda Curran, Bloomberg Global Economy Reporter. I have to say, David, when I saw that meeting, I'm like kind of already thinking about the Oval Office meeting in the chairs.
We've seen enough of them to kind of imagine what it will be like. And I think it's all but guaranteed you're going to have cameras and microphones in there, and sort of what's the dynamic going to be like between these two leaders who have spoken by phone before. I think that they spoke back in late March, and they're very different politicians in terms of style.
Totally, right?
So eager to see sort of how that plays out when it happens on Tuesday.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. We'll be carrying it, of course, right here on Bloomberg. Hey, China tariffs, we talked about that. Apple shares, they're down about almost 4% here on concerned fears, renewed fears, I should say, when it comes to tariffs, the impact on that company. We're going to dig into it. All you need to know about Apple. That's coming up next. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman on the other side. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Jobs Friday, the S&P is on track for its longest winning streak in more than 20 years, 9 in a row. It's also wiping out losses from April tariff turbulence. Strong jobs data this morning and progress on international trade talks have unleashed a wave of buying. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now higher by 90. That is a gain of 1.6%, 56.94 on the S&P. The Dow up 581 now, an advance of 1.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 313, up 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 Index, full of big tech names, up 1.8%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 1.9%. This after we heard from both Apple and Amazon. Apple down 3.9%, Amazon up by 0.4%. The 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.83%. Spot gold now down $10 the ounce, 32.28, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 58.41 a barrel. And Bitcoin now advancing 1.1%, 97,520. Bottom line, Jobs Friday and a rally underway. Jeff Bezos plans to sell as many as 25 million shares of Amazon.com over the next 13 months, potentially cashing out as the world's largest online retailer grapples with uncertainty over tariffs. Now, according to a filing today, Bezos adopted what's known as a 10b5-1 trading plan on March 4th, which entitles the Amazon co-founder to sell until May 29th of 2026. At today's share price, the total value would be about $4.8 billion. Amazon, meanwhile, is adding to its Manhattan real estate holdings with the purchase of an office tower on Fifth Avenue. The e-commerce giant said it bought 522 Fifth Avenue from landlord RFR. No price was disclosed. Again, Amazon shares up now by about 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with David Gore. He is in for Tim Stanovic on this Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. You know, I do think, David, like if everything just started to move forward in terms of the tensions easing on trade, maybe everything would kind of go back to a little bit normal? I don't know.
I've wondered about that in just the context of how these other countries have changed their tack and looked for ways to strengthen alliances with other countries, and just how they might feel about kind of mercurial nature of the administration. If it's easy enough to kind of flip the switch and go back to the way things were, or if there's going to be a real challenge there going forward. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see, as I said, how that meeting with Canada goes next week. And also just we know, or we've been told all these meetings are happening with other countries, what progress has been made and sort of what's going to tangibly come out of those conversations.
You know, it's funny. I'm getting ready to go over to Milken on the West Coast, and so it's a lot of financial folks, corporate types. And in a prep call, somebody was like, "Well, how do you see this?" And an investor, and he's like, "I'm not quite so sure. I think in terms of the U.S. position in the world could change dramatically." And he's like, "I'm not quite sure yet."
Yeah, and I think that's going to be kind of the legacy of all of this, and. Yeah, I'm fielding those questions all the time as well. I think that's the broad takeaway here, just how pervasive that uncertainty is. And I think we're hungry for some indication of what's happening. I'm also curious just sort of like how tangible that needs to be. Is a suggestion that a deal is coming enough, or do you have to actually see something inked between two countries? We'll have to see as the weeks go on.
Yeah, and I do think like if this sticks, right, and we carry it out, someone, Boaz Weinstein, who talked to Shanali, who said, the uncertainty genie is out of the bottle. I keep repeating it because I can't get away from it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. And he said, listen, this is with us for the 4 years. You just don't know if something's going to change. And then if we do get a political change, how will our allies be like, well, wait a minute.
Right.
The back and forth.
Right.
It's lasting. Hey, one thing we are thinking about, who's changing things dramatically perhaps is Apple, but we certainly did see an impact. The company warning investors on the call with analyst investors last night, tariffs, big cost, almost $1 billion. Let's get to it with Mark Gurman. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. He's out there in our news bureau in Los Angeles. Mark, we talked to you before earnings, right after earnings. We haven't had a chance to talk to you now that you said this call was going to be important. It was. Break it down what we got from the company.
Yeah, the call was important, and they did not meet expectations, certainly from me or investors, you can see in the share price, in terms of explaining the situation. Tim Cook and CFO Kevin Parekh, they talked about this $900 million of cost increases operationally for dealing with the tariffs, but they didn't really give a good idea or even speculate what they think is going to happen to the company past the June quarter. It wasn't very reassuring. Tim Cook came across as extremely defensive in regards to its supply chain, and specifically in regards to artificial intelligence, as well as the lawsuit facing them. I mean, Apple is in for a world of hurt right now. You look at tariffs, you look at the AI struggles, you look at these lawsuits, you look at the Google deal possibly being upended by the United States Department of Justice. It's not a pretty period for Apple. And I think shareholders and investors and watchers of the company need to understand that.
Mark, on the other side of that call, there were a couple of analyst downgrades, Rosenblatt Securities and Jefferies as well. Are they aligned? Is this becoming a kind of more bearish look at Apple? And sort of, you've ticked through some of the challenges that Apple faces right now. What do those two analysts in particular see as the problems with the company going forward?
I'm not really sure what the analysts are saying, but I can tell you the problems with the company moving forward, coming from me, are their struggles in artificial intelligence. In the near term, it's the supply chain. Definitely, there's a question about innovation. You're not going to see, over the course of the next 12 months, anything remarkable from the company. I think tail end 26 into 27 is when you're going to see a lot coming out of the pipeline that the company has been working on for many years. The problem is that AI is such a core technology to enable the next swath of hardware, and they really can't move on that new hardware until the AI is perfected, and it's going to take them a while to get there.
Go ahead. No, David, please, go.
I was just going to jump on. As a loyal reader of the Power On newsletter, what you do so well, Mark, is sort of focus on the kind of managerial undulations within Apple. And so I just kind of wanted to dig into what you're saying about AI there. It seems like, again, as a regular reader, there has been some difficulty here in just sort of aligning management when it comes to the AI priorities of this company.
They've basically all but fired John Giannandrea, their head of AI. This executive used to run underlying AI research, but also product development when it came to AI. And obviously the two main AI products, or the three main AI products, were the self-driving car, robotics, and Siri. The self-driving car was canned back in February 2024. Okay, so that's out of the picture. Siri was taken away from him in March, given to the guy who created the Vision Pro. Okay, and robotics was taken away from him a couple of weeks ago, right? Or it's in the process of being taken away from him right now. And so he's basically running an AI research team, infrastructure, foundation models, testing, team called AI measurement, annotation, analytics related to AI. So big management changes there. Craig Federighi, their head of software engineering, really running the show big time when it comes to AI, even more than he was before.
I find what's fascinating, Mark, and I think about all the conversations that we've all had with you when Tim is here too, is this, you keep bringing up this idea of innovation. Like, I think about Apple as being the innovative company, but you keep bringing up, like, there's questions about their innovation and maybe their future innovation. I mean, this is a big thing. This, once again, speaks to kind of future growth.
The door is ajar for someone to become the next big player in consumer technology.
Wow.
It's been open for a few years now, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the redesign cycle slow down on the phones. You've seen these AI issues. You've seen the car unable to come together. And Apple is very lucky. It shows that this stuff is harder than one may think, even me, that the door has been ajar and no one has taken advantage here.
Mark, I want to go back to trade, and we talk a lot about the dialogue that's taking place among countries. When you look at Apple and its senior management and their dialogue with this administration, what's your sense of how those conversations are going? We've seen this company pivot and do so much to change its supply chain, to make it not as China-specific as it once was. How worrisome is this tariffs policy to Apple, and how good is the quality of conversation between Apple and this administration?
It's a double-edged sword because you're moving out of China, right, to mitigate those tariffs, and then you open up the opportunity for China to become upset with you for moving because of those tariffs, right? So you're getting hit in both directions. So it's not a pretty moment for the company. Obviously, this is not going to be a long-term solution to just move things around as necessary, depending on how things are being levied, right, in terms of tariffs. So I think ultimately they're going to have to move to more of a globalized model where they're going to use production facilities for the countries they serve in. They've shown that model for Brazil and India. India and Brazil production lines for the iPhone were created because there's huge tariffs on importing into those countries externally, right? So ultimately, we're probably going to see something like the Tesla model, where Tesla creates their products geographically. They produce in Europe for Europe, they produce in the US for the US, they produce in China for China. Now, I don't think they're going to ever bring production to the US, but for other parts of the world, you're going to see Apple pretty quickly move to more of a globalized model, I believe.
Hey, is it still going to pay off, Mark, for Apple to be in China? It's obviously, they still sell a lot of stuff. It's been disappointing. It's been a tougher market. I think about the political dance, right, that perhaps Tim Cook at this point has to do with President Xi or China at large in terms of being there, employs a lot of workers, and they're hoping to sell more stuff. But I'm just curious about the future there. They have to be there. Is it important still for them to be there?
I mean, Carol, it's $50 billion a year, right?
I know.
Maybe it was once $60 or $70 billion a year. At some point, they hoped it would be $100 or $200 billion a year. But $50 billion a year, listen, I'll do whatever I need to do to get that $50 billion a year is what they're saying to themselves.
But they have to be there. Like, I just think about politically, right? In terms of manufacturing and keeping that humming.
Who cares? They don't care. They care about the bottom line. They care about the money, right? And
but
so it may look bad that you're working with a communist country. It's terrible, the things they do in that country. It's terrible, the changes they've made to appease the Chinese government. They're bending over backwards to make Xi happy and do all that. It's for $50 billion a year. They're happy to do it. They'll always say this is to protect the company, protect the employees, protect the shareholders, and $50 billion a year of revenue is no small amount of money.
It's serious.
In the last couple minutes we have here, I wonder if you could kind of help us understand this company in complement with others who've also reported earnings in recent days. Let's look at Microsoft in particular. What's Microsoft doing differently or better than Apple? How are they positioned vis-a-vis Apple?
Well, the big difference is that Apple's business model is hardware, right? So you're being impacted by tariffs at a level that Microsoft is not. Obviously, they have supply chain for their own hardware, but the hardware at Microsoft is a very slim part of the overall business. I mean, Apple makes more money on AirPods than Microsoft makes on all their hardware products combined, right? Maybe aside from the Xbox. So, it's not really, for lack of a better term, an apples to apples.
We'll forgive you for that.
No, we won't. No, we won't, Mark. Hey, listen, 30 seconds left here. Big week for our big tech, Mag 7, Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. You are managing editor for Global Consumer Tech, but I'm just curious how you're thinking about that world right now in an environment, where there's so much uncertainty. And again, just about 30, 40 seconds.
A lot of shaky ground right now. Apple, like I mentioned at the top of the segment, is dealing with a lot, but Apple is not alone. They're all reeling right now. Meta is exciting because of some of their own AI stuff. This past week, they rolled out a standalone AI chatbot app. It's pretty nicely designed. It works pretty well. You're seeing Microsoft with its turnaround and success of breaking away from OpenAI for their own artificial intelligence technology. You're seeing all these companies, though, deal with tariffs in some fashion, but not to the degree that Apple is. Inherently, because of all of them, it is the only essentially pure hardware play.
Yeah, totally get it. Hey, listen, thank you so much for all your coverage this week and finding time for us multiple times.
Exhale. After that, it was a long week.
You're amazing. Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech out there on the West Coast. Coming up, we get some views on the C-suite, CFOs from S&P Global, Rivian, what they're thinking. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got a Friday rally underway. Jobs Friday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index could make it 9 in a row. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio to see how things shake out at the close. But if we do see number 9, that would be the longest winning streak in 2 decades, with scars from April's tariff shock healing on fresh signs of U.S.-China diplomacy. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index advancing by 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.9%. The Dow up 1.5%. NASDAQ also up by 1.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2% right now, with the 10-year 4.32%. The 2-year 3.83%. Gold now down $11 the ounce to $32.28. That is a drop there of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $58.28 a barrel. Speaking of crude, specifically oil, ExxonMobil and Chevron both out with earnings today. Chevron's going to reduce share buybacks this quarter to about $2.75 billion, 30% less than in the first quarter because of tumbling oil prices. ExxonMobil, though, sticking to its plans to buy back shares. Exxon planning to repurchase about $5 billion per quarter. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. S&P right now up by 1.7%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, David Gora in for Tim Stenovic on this Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. So we talked about last week Amazon and Apple both noting kind of how their businesses were affected by tariff and trade policies. Amazon going so far to note that recessionary fears and global economic and geopolitical conditions are in their forecast. Another company that's got a great read on the consumer is Wayfair. They reported earnings this week. They came in better than expected as consumers brought forward spending while suppliers are holding back from price increases. We caught up with Wayfair CFO Kate Gulliver. We talked earnings, business, the outlook, and how the U.S. consumer is doing.
To your point, we had significant pull forward in the category in the COVID time, right? So in the sort of 2020, 2021 time. Since then, the category has been down consistently since then. The category itself is actually below, starting to be below 2019 levels, right? So we're seeing a category that has historically been, over the last few years, quite depressed, which may be different than, some of the other consumer discretionary categories that folks are referring to. That said, yes, it's absolutely an uncertain environment.
All right, everybody take a shot, because every time we hear uncertain, that's it, David. Like, that's
the word of the year, I think I can safely say.
Totally. All right, that's Wayfair CFO Kate Gulliver. Hey, let's get more into what CFOs are doing in this environment. The conversation she's been having with members of the CFO suite. Nina Trentman is senior editor at Bloomberg News, author of CFO Briefing Newsletter. You can find it at bloomberg.com/CFO-briefing. A new one comes out on Sunday. How are you?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
It's good to
Thanks
have
for having me.
Well, I'm curious, the CFOs that you talk to, how are they feeling? Are they good? Are they saying uncertainty or uncertain times a lot in conversations? What are you hearing?
Yeah, uncertainty is probably the number one word, which sometimes is made harder by the fact that we aren't supposed to be writing it so often, given that, well, what does it actually mean? And also, we've heard it a lot during the pandemic. She mentioned it. And so the question is, of course, well, how do you navigate that? Of course, we need to give CFOs also a bit of a pass, given that there's so many variables within their equations that they just don't have any information about, tariffs being one of them, whereby sort of, yes, it's fair to say that times are very uncertain for CFOs right now.
You have these two variables, and of course they're related. The first is uncertainty, again, I say it, about the kind of broader economy and the trade picture. And the second has to do with just the market volatility we've seen. How is that impacting the appetite for deal making among CFOs? I mean, going back to the campaign and the election, there was this promise of the deal market opening up, and there was going to be a huge swell of them. Hasn't come to pass. Are deals getting done?
Some deals are getting done, yes, but we haven't necessarily seen this huge rise or surge in deals that people were expecting, because the deregulation that people were hoping for so far hasn't really happened, and instead there has been a lot of stuff that is not necessarily very conducive to deals, tariffs, volatility, market volatility, and so I think for certain deals, yes, they're still going through. For example, Conagra this week announced a divestiture where they're selling one of their brands to a PE firm. So those deals get done, and I think they're assuming it's going to be done in the next few months. So not necessarily a big challenge for them. But I think then also we're seeing that some deals are sort of hitting the brakes. I know deals involving China, involving other countries. So I think bilateral deals and even multinational deals are very tricky these days.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like we've been all talking about, especially the private equity guys, right, the private world, just waiting for the environment so they can kind of start selling stuff or things to go public so that they can kind of either return money to investors and move on to new deals. Having said that, always love the different CFOs, excuse me, that you talk to, different areas of our world. Tell us who you've been talking to. You mentioned Conagra, but who else have you been talking to and what they're saying?
Yeah, so this week we spoke to a few CFOs. Conagra was one of them. Then we spoke to the CFO of Holcim, which is a Swiss materials.
Concrete stuff.
Yeah, concrete maker, correct.
I love it, right? It's like the core of so much.
Right, and then also a few other CFOs, including S&P Global. Interestingly enough, those companies are amongst the companies that are saying, okay, well, actually, yes, the environment is tricky, but still we want to pull ahead with our deals. So Holcim is in the process of spinning off its US and North America business. Something that had started a while ago, so it's not something that they triggered recently, but they're expecting that spin to take effect in May or in June. And I asked them, well, are you going ahead with it? Isn't the market volatility a tricky thing, given that you're planning a spin-off? This involves, to some degree, markets have to be conducive. You don't want your shares to sell off on the day that the spin takes effect. And they were saying, well, no, the strategic rationale still is very much true and holds, and therefore, yeah, we're pulling through with the deal, and we're not necessarily pausing it. Interestingly enough, they're also pointing out that the dynamics in their business in North America versus in Europe are very different, where they were saying, well, in North America, we have a lot of construction spending, and in Europe, we are focusing on decarbonization, for example, less CO2 heavy concrete, as you pointed out. So they were saying basically it makes a lot of sense for these businesses to be separate. And so they think to some degree that the tariff tensions that we're seeing right now and the divergence between the US and the rest of the world might actually be sort of like to some degree a supporting factor for this spin-off, which was interesting because my assumption was that they would be like, oh yeah, well, timing isn't great.
I think it's funny, right? Strategy sometimes or fundamentals still matter.
Yeah, I'm curious in the minute we have left, how persuadable these CFOs are. So I know you talk to folks at advisory firms as well. What's the message that they're conveying to CFOs just about whether or not to move forward with deals or to pause or to reconsider them?
Of course, advisory folks, to some degree, always, when they talk to us, they want to talk their books. So
yes,
to some degree, what they tell CFOs is different than what they tell us.
No, just kidding. Just kidding.
But they've certainly told me that they have a lot in the pipeline and they see a lot in the pipeline. I think what they are also telling their clients that they work with is that, well, you need to really do scenario analysis here. You need to sort of really work through, okay, well, what are your assumptions? What do you think is going to happen? And how will the deal work in a different environment? Just mentioning tariffs, for example. And so I think they were saying that select deals still go through, that it's a case-by-case basis, industry-by-industry basis. But yeah, I think they were all hoping for more certainty as well. I think not just the CFOs, but also the deal advisors would look for that.
That's what's kind of wild, I think, in this environment. Gina Martin Adams, too, just saying, I don't think I've ever seen a company come out and give you two, earnings scenarios of could happen this way.
It would be pick your pleasure here.
Right.
Yeah.
Possibly recession, so then not so good. Things go back to normal. And I think it's just this scenario-led environment. I think companies do it all the time, but this is like amped up in a big way.
Yeah, and also we're seeing sort of, if you look at the guidance that companies are putting out right now, of course, we've seen a fair amount of companies pulling guidance.
Yeah.
Or we are also
Which
seeing...
Which that I get. Like, okay, we can't give you an outlook, but when you give like a couple of scenarios is wild.
Or we've also been seeing, of course, companies widening their guidance, which then also gives them more room. To some degree, it's understandable. Then also, if you look at it from the analyst perspective, like companies that withdraw their guidance, that's basically for any analyst very difficult to then work with in terms of factoring models. But
got to figure it out,
I guess
right?
we're all coming to the same question of, not knowing what's going to happen.
There you go.
Right. Dare I say it, uncertain?
No,
okay.
There you go. You said it.
Take a swig, everybody. Nina, thank you so much, as always. Nina Trentman, Senior Editor of Bloomberg News. Check out the CFO Briefing newsletter. Comes out on Sunday on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on almost an hour to go until we wrap up the Friday trade. And, you know, I got to say, David, it just feels a little calm.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of tech earnings.
Yeah.
I noted, and
got through it, though, right?
Taking a breath before the Fed meeting next week.
Oh, yeah.
All quiet on the Washington front right now. So it's a good end of the week, I think.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo, because even if the markets seem to be business as usual-ish, there's always something moving in a big way.
There is. Today, it happens to be one of the biggest stocks, one of the most well-known companies in the U.S. It's Apple, down as much as 5%. Right now, it's down about 4%. But the reason why this stood out to me is because this was a week of Mag 7 earnings, and Apple's really the only one that is in the red. And it's also on a day when the NASDAQ 100 is almost up 2%. Like, it's a broad-based rally. And yet, none of that was enough to keep investors, I guess, focused away from the fact that Apple said China sales were disappointing. They warned about the impact of tariffs. Tim Cook said that U.S. tariffs on foreign imports will add $900 million in costs.
That's real money. That's real.
In the current period. Yeah, I mean, that's like the market cap of some other companies that sometimes we talk about here. And then two rare downgrades coming today from Apple. Jefferies cutting the stock to underperform, and also Rosenblatt Securities downgrading the stock to neutral from buy, which is, there's 35 buys right now on Apple.
That's what the terminal. I was trying to get at. Mark Gurman was on. I was trying to see if I could get a sense here if there's like a new bearishness to this stuff. There isn't.
Well, I mean,
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is.
The dam is breaking.
I mean, people don't do sells easily, and there are 4 sells on this stock.
Yeah. I mean,
but I agree with you. There's still
betting against Apple long term, I think,
proven not to be wise.
It's proven not to be wise. Yeah. Depending on your time horizon.
It's only a $3 trillion market cap company.
Yeah, I mean, some of these price targets, they are for like 1 year ahead. So we did have, it's notable when you see people come out and be bearish against Apple, because like you said, the consensus is typically pretty bullish.
Another stock on the move, Duolingo.
Yeah, so
the prominent language translation application. No, but my kids use it, and they were sad when that owl disappeared. Like Duo the owl disappeared.
Right.
Who always was shaming them into not. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
I digress.
The stock is up a ton right now. It's up 18%. And what was interesting is that they're growing in part to their AI-powered video call feature. So I don't use Duolingo, but also a lot of friends do. So I know that it's growing in popularity, and you can see that reflected in the earnings. But specifically this AI video, I actually looked up on YouTube, like, what is it? And you can converse with AI. So you know when you're trying to learn a language?
Yeah.
And like you can't have anything that mimics.
We're going into a really strange reality, but go ahead.
Like you can't mimic a real conversation.
Right.
And how unpredictable people can be when you're actually trying to speak to them in their native language.
If they laugh at you, for instance.
This app now is
using
AI
accent is off.
To simulate that.
To kind of simulate that. And they have this like sarcastic character that you converse with, and you have to like adapt to its personality.
Did you like it?
His name is Tim Stenovec.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a little video that I saw. It looked really promising.
This company. Tim loves this company.
He would really be into like
he loves this company.
Language. 1 a year.
Well, now I know what I'm going to do maybe this week.
Right.
It's up almost 50% this year.
Yeah, just a ton of growth there. Subscriptions for their highest price tier grew in part again to that AI-powered video feature. They now have 10.3 million paying subscribers.
Wow. What a great way to learn a language, right? Like everybody's like the tapes, and you say it, and it's like
the tapes, yeah.
The tapes,
yeah.
Right, that's so much easier than like
grade
real
Spanish
life.
teacher embarrassing me in the
Oh,
class.
wow. Yeah.
Block. Let's talk about Block.
Okay, so Block shares. Very different than Duolingo.
Different story.
Different story here, down 20% right now. This is a digital payments company. They actually had seen their biggest intraday drop since March 2020, but paired that drop just a little bit, but it's still really down a lot today. They have a Cash App card spending unit, and you can kind of read into the macro in these results. So they said that the largest hit from spending came from declines in discretionary spending. So people pulling back on travel and media. People were still
spending on essentials like gas and groceries. What kind of signal is that telling us about the economy?
Yeah, right?
You know, people aren't going out and spending travel, so.
But they are spending on language translation, learning languages. I don't
Yeah.
know
So
what that
maybe
tells us
they're
about the
planning
macro.
to
I feel
travel.
confused
David,
by that.
have you heard about the AI
I'm sorry.
trade?
Okay, all right.
Anything with
AI in any language.
Right, and Block also cut their gross profit guidance for the full year. So that was kind of the headline there,
And this
driving
is the
those
theme of
shares
the
down.
week and the several weeks that we've been through.
Yes, cutting the outlook or getting rid of it entirely.
Yeah.
Stock's down 45% year to date. Ouch. A lot of it because of today's move. Emily, thank you. So appreciate it. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Graffeo. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. You can find them at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Thanks so much.
Glad to be here. I know it was time limited, but anytime.
Thank
Let
you.
me know.
Come in.
You know where to find me.
Anytime. You can even just drop in. Even
All right.
if Tim's here, I'll get him out of the seat and you can come in.
Excellent.
Sorry, Tim. David, have a great weekend.
Thank you so much, girl.
So appreciate it. All right, folks who are watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. I'm going to continue right here with Emily Graffeo for the next couple of hours of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An Illinois landlord has been sentenced to 53 years in prison for a hate crime that killed a 6-year-old Muslim boy and wounded his mother. The child's grandfather doesn't understand the hate that led to this attack.
We wish people just to understand other people more, especially religions. And most of the hate crimes going on in this country right now, if you pay attention, it's all against Muslims.
President Trump's decision to oust National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and nominate him as UN ambassador has left Secretary of State Marco Rubio with more responsibility. He will take on the role of interim National Security Advisor. CBS's Charlie Daggett says wearing those two particular hats will be quite a challenge.
Both of those hats, I don't want to go so far as to call it a conflict of interest, but those are two different and tightly defined responsibilities.
The White House tells CBS News it gave Mike Waltz a choice of jobs, including the role as U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia. He picked UN ambassador instead. Meanwhile, his deputy, Alex Wong, remains at the NSC, helping with the transition to Marco Rubio. The latest jobs report is good news for the Trump administration. Here's CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The White House pointing out that for the second month in a row, the jobs report beat estimates. They call it exactly what we want to see. A bit of encouraging news for this White House after a week that showed us concerns with the consumer price index, approval rating sliding as he hit the 100-day mark.
The latest report finds employers added 177,000 jobs in April, which was above analyst expectations. School leaders in Oregon's capital city say Hispanic families are changing how they interact in public. KXL's Heather Roberts reports.
Nearly 50% of the families in the Salem-Keizer School District are of Latin American descent. Superintendent Andrea Castaneda says the most common topics among students and families are fears around immigration.
We have parents who were born in this country and speak Spanish as their first language, and they have decided to no longer speak Spanish in the streets of Salem.
Castaneda's teachers are now learning how to talk to students who are afraid in school. She says that reality should compel communities to ask themselves,
are we okay with this?
Heather Roberts for CBS News, Portland.
Prince Harry has spoken with the BBC after a British court ruled against him in his battle to be provided with royal-level security while in the UK.
For me, and only me, there has to be a royal obligation in order to receive protection on UK soil. And I think that speaks volumes.
As for reaction from Buckingham Palace,
we have had a statement from Buckingham Palace. All of these issues have been examined repeatedly and meticulously by the courts, and the same conclusion has been reached on each occasion.
This is CBS News. Actress and comedian Ruth Buzzy has died. CBS's Stacey Lynn with a look back at her career.
Ruth Buzzy appeared on popular shows in the 60s, including The Gary Moore Show, The Monkees, and That Girl. Her big break, though, came on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In 1968. She was one of only 4 cast members who were regulars for its entire 6-season run.
Boy, you can't trust anybody these days.
Her most famous character was the spinster Gladys.
It was a fun, easy character to do.
After Laugh-In, she starred in several TV shows, including Sesame Street, The Muppet Show, and Saved by the Bell. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Ruth Buzzy was 88. The rock band REM is putting out a special edition of its first single, Radio Free Europe. The real Radio Free Europe is among U.S. government-funded services targeted for cuts. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up the trade for the day and for the week. Tim is out. Emily Graffeo, of course, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, familiar to our Bloomberg audience in a big way. You were just on air with me.
I did just talk about stocks, a couple stocks on the move. There's a lot happening in the equity market today.
There is, right? Some big moves. So we're going to get into it. We're up across the board. We've got most of the major industry groups in the S&P 500, not everything. Am I right? Wait, let me just pull up. I was looking at year-to-date numbers. Let me just pull up the day. They actually are all up, but consumer staples, the smallest amount, just up about 0.7%. So it's broad-based.
I mean, where are the gains not being held right now? That's the bond market. We have yields really ticking higher right now. But I think that, again, shows just how risk-on today is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? That labor report reminding everybody the economy maybe not falling apart, at least not yet. We're going to talk markets. We're going to talk about how the S&P might record its longest winning streak in over 20 years. That feels like a milestone. Hey, and we're also going to talk supply chains. Emily, we've got a cool guest, Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She founded, it's called the Let's Talk Supply Chain podcast. It's out there. She's been following supply chains, talking about them for over 2 decades. So curious what she has to say about all of this.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the perfect guest for right now. And we're also going to be talking about BMW and Mercedes. They want you to know they're also made in America. And thousands of falling satellites, Carol, putting the atmosphere at risk. We're going to discuss as well.
What's to worry about, right?
What's a falling satellite? Have I seen one?
There's lots of satellites in the sky. Love this story. It's the Bloomberg Big Take. Sit tight, everybody. Lots coming in the next 2 hours. Let's get you going, though, with a check on that trade. What's going on in equities? What's going on in treasuries? Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. 53 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Just about everything higher right now, on track for another winning week. 2 prominent decliners, though, Apple and Amazon. Tell you more about those in just a moment. The S&P right now up 82. That is a gain of just about 1.5%. The Dow up 533 now, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 269, a gain there of 1.5%. Jobs Friday, we have got the 10-year at 4.31%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.83%. Spot gold lower, little change, down 0.2%, 32.31 for an ounce of the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 58.14 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin pairing its gains somewhat, up 0.7% right now, 97,117. So what about this morning's jobs data and the outlook? Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at John Hancock Investment Management.
You're getting some pretty decent hard data. Everybody's sort of like holding their breath, waiting for the hard data to catch up to the soft data. And I think today's labor market report provided more evidence that we're just not there yet.
Emily Rowland of John Hancock Investment Management. Apple's much-awaited quarterly earnings report failed to soothe investor concerns about its biggest challenges, including escalating tariff costs and a slowdown in China. As I mentioned, Apple today on an update for the rest of the market. Apple right now down by about 4.4%. And Amazon told us it is bracing for a tougher business climate in coming months. Amazon shares also lower after earnings, down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Emily Graffeo, in for Tim Stanovic on this Friday. So, all right, we're under an hour to go, about 40 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this week. We keep saying this, the S&P 500 on track for its longest winning streak in over 20 years. So I'm curious, it feels kind of important. We'll see what Eric Weiner has to say about it. He's Bloomberg News Senior Editor, Equities America, right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It's amazing if we think about the past month, and we had days where we didn't even take breaks on our show, and market swings were dramatic. And here we are.
Yeah, 9 straight days of nonstop winning. Are we tired of winning yet?
I don't know. I still have yet to look at my 401k.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
It's time. The more interesting thing is that it's up 10% in that time. That's the biggest, like, of all, going back, of all the times that the S&P has risen in 9 straight days, that's the biggest gain. Like in 71 it happened and it rose like 3%.
But so even the GFC, COVID,
Yep.
It's still big.
Yeah, it's bigger, and it's a weird rally. It's a very strange rally.
Why?
Well, so like for today, for example, when there are about 450 of the S&P 500 stocks that are up, something around that.
Yeah.
So when that's going on, I like to look at what's down, and you look at the top of that, and that's Apple. And when you read about what Apple was saying last night, it literally is everything we're afraid of. It's, China is going to hit it. Its products are going to be more expensive because of tariffs. It's literally, and it's Apple. So everything that you're concerned about is like in that report, and the company is getting beaten up, but the market doesn't really care. That's weird. Like when these you have Amazon in a similar situation. They gave an outlook. Like we can't get outlooks from companies because they just don't know. So Amazon's outlook was like, there was like what, a $4 billion difference in, it was like 13 billion versus 17 billion. You can drive a Cybertruck through that. So,
and they tend to do that. Like our Caroline Hyde reminded us that they tend to give a range, but still.
That's insane.
Their tone,
Yeah, and it was still shy of what was expected.
Right.
So the 17.5 is less than the 17.8 or whatever was expected, and they're down slightly. So, and again, it's the same kind of thing where you're talking retail, you're talking something that's exposed to China. It's everything that we're supposed to be afraid of. It's down, and yet the market is soaring.
So what does that tell you about what's driving the rally then, when you have 2 of the most watched companies in the marketplace and in the country?
It's correlations are really high. Everything's moving together at once. So and this is largely, we've been looking at it, this is largely a retail rally. So you have a lot of institutional investors sitting on the side. And what you get when you have a retail rally is a lot of index buying and a lot of like mass moves. So it's buying all stocks. And so you get this big, massive lift. And if you bought SPY, Apple went up, but otherwise you were probably playing within other different sectors that are doing well.
It's interesting. I love the weightings, function, and Amazon and Apple together are like 14% of the NASDAQ 100. And let me just see, about 10%. Of the S&P 500. You're right. It's weird.
It's very strange. And that's why we look. So oftentimes when you see this going on and you look at what's on the right side of the board, the downside of the board, you're looking at like biotech or whatever. It's usually not, like all the Mag 7s are moving at once. But when you have 2 of them breaking off, and they're breaking off for actually reasons that are directly related to the fundamentals, and it has a read through to the economy, usually that has an effect
that it doesn't leads you to believe that the people who would be betting on macro situations, the people who look at what the economy is doing to the market, are not playing this.
So is that kind of how you explain the divergence between opinions here? Retail is buying the dip. Institutions are pulling back. To me, it seems like a timing. Like if you're in your 401k, you just buy the dip. You're like, I'm not going to look at this for 20, 30 years, maybe 10, depending on how old you are. You know, institutions are more.
Did you just look tactical? What was that?
I'm just looking at, you know.
I want to be Emily.
Yeah, anyone here. But like, is it timing or is it not understanding some signal under the surface?
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. It's timing. So the whole thing here is when you can, it's really easy to spot bubbles. It's really easy to spot euphoria, things like that. And that's kind of where we are right now, where there isn't a whole heck of a lot like underpinning all of this. There's hope for trade deals and whatever else. But it's not like there's a lot going on that would be like saying, okay, this will lift things to a next level. It's timing where things are. So if you want to make money right now, you trade up. You know, like if you're trading in this environment, you buy because the bias is to the upside, and you get out, you get in, you get out, but you're buying, you're looking for increases in stock prices. So that timing when you're a pro is they're looking for other entry points. They're looking for when things bottom because they're going to step in then. And timing that is way trickier. So that's where you have like retail going in saying, I don't really care what the level is. You know, I know that I made money yesterday, I'm going to make money today. And you're looking at that very, very short term. Then you have these portfolio managers who are thinking, if I get caught the wrong way in a big position, I'm going to get nailed. And I'm pretty sure that something is going to happen soon enough.
Is there something or some comfort in that the markets are working like they should, stocks are up?
Yes.
And that we've got bonds going down? Like, when that disconnect happens, I actually get uncomfortable. But so that we're seeing that is a good sign. I feel like the bond market, the treasury market is truer sometimes.
Well, what you want to see, it's the credit market really.
Or the credit market.
You know, so it's like when a hedge fund can't get credit to cover its positions or whatever else. That's when things kind of fall apart. It was orderly on the way down, and it's been orderly on the way up. We haven't seen a lot of like, oh my God, kind of moments where like, we're on tenuous ground. The closest we came was when we sort of bottomed out on April 8th, and then Trump, turned reverse course on the tariffs. On the day where, before that happened, people were starting to get nervous, and we were wondering if we were going to start hearing about margin calls. That will be what people will be looking at if and when this turns, and then what would then cause a real big slide down.
I still keep wondering if something fundamentally has changed. Like if we are in a higher tariff environment, and the stress that this is going to be on companies. We'll get about 30 seconds here.
So the difference is hard data and soft data. Okay. So the soft data right now, which is basically like expectations. Right. Soft data right now is really not good. The indications are that everybody's nervous. Consumers are starting to pull back. They don't believe in the economy. All of that stuff. It's not showing up in hard data. It's not showing up in inflation, employment, all that other stuff.
Yet.
Well, if that were to happen, and that's what all the portfolio managers are telling us, when that happens, that's when they go.
That's what Mike, McKee was saying. Like, we got it, it could show up later on. Bloomberg News Senior Editor, Equities America, Eric Weiner joining us. Thank you so much.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. We'll throw in the Russell 2000, all advancing ahead of the closing bell. 39 minutes to go. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.5%. The S&P up 90, up 1.6%. Tech, though, the big story. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.6%. The Dow up by 1.5%. The 10-year at 4.31%. Jobs Friday, the 2-year 3.83%. Spot gold right now down $10 the ounce, 32.28, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.6% now, 58.31 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up 0.8%, 97,197 on Bitcoin. So bottom line here, we've got stocks moving higher, driven by fresh signs of U.S.-China diplomacy and that strong jobs report that calm fears about the economy. Sarah Hunt is Chief Market Strategist at Alpine Woods Capital Investors, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
When it looked like all of the bad news was being baked in and there was no good news coming, there was a reason to feel afraid. And when Treasury yields started to move like they were stocks, there was a reason for people to get worried about that. And the volatility, I think, created its own problem and created a further de-risking than maybe we needed at the time. But we certainly have bounced back quite considerably from there.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods Capital Investors. Jeff Bezos plans to sell as many as 25 million shares of Amazon over the next 13 months, potentially cashing out as the world's largest online retailer grapples with uncertainty over tariffs. Amazon, after earnings, now little changed, up less than 0.1%. Apple, by the way, after earnings, down 4.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So kind of surprised considering the trade last night. At one point, I think Amazon was little changed, but let me just pull it up because I think it's been under some more pressure. No, it's kind of flat on the day, but Emily, sold off a bunch in the after hours following earnings last night.
It even was in the green at one point in the trading session today.
Yeah.
It's been a funky day for Amazon. But
a big swing, right? Like almost 3.5% to the upside downside. Hey, so let's get into it. The company did say it's bracing for a tougher business climate in the coming months, echoing concerns from a range of companies that we've been hearing this earnings season that tariffs and related economic turmoil could crimp consumer spending. It did say operating profit in the current period would be weaker than Wall Street anticipated. That was the big headline that came across that I think pulled the stock down, certainly in the aftermarket. Let's get to it with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for E-commerce, Athleisure, Off-Price Retail. She's Poonam Goyal, and she's with us from our Princeton News Bureau. Poonam, good to have you here. I feel like both last night, Amazon and Apple, when they came out, they were kind of very clean, streamlined press releases. And then we got down to reality in the earnings call. Lay it out for us, what you heard and what everybody needs to know from that earnings call in case they missed it.
Yeah, sure. So the numbers were great, right, for Amazon. It was the guidance. It was the operating income guidance that was wider than we had expected and lower than consensus. Excuse me. So what we learned was that tariffs, there's a lot of uncertainty there. And we clearly know that there's tensions with China and the U.S. and the tariff is high. And Amazon sells a lot of things from China. We estimate about 70% of what's sold on the Amazon Marketplace comes from China, and that will be impacted.
Hey, Poonam, go ahead and take a drink of water. I hope you have some water nearby and cough it out. We're going to just give you a moment because we know it's a lot. We do, as she was saying, though, that headline crossed what we call a red sticky often on the Bloomberg. It was the outlook, and it's something, Emily, that we've been wanting to hear from companies, like the outlook, especially with something like Amazon, what's going on.
But their operating income forecast, this is what we've been focusing on, is that range was so big. So they see operating income in the second quarter, $13 billion to $17.5 billion. That actually missed estimates of 17.82. But still, such a wide range, and it just raises questions of what exactly do they have to do to meet that? How realistic is that? But we have heard that typically they do provide a very wide range.
Right, but to even see the high end, right? Kind of basically missing that average estimate. We're back with Poonam Goyal. Hope you're okay. Happened to me. It's
I am. Thank you.
You gotta take a moment to catch when something's caught in your throat. Poonam Goyal, of course, of Bloomberg Intelligence. She covers Amazon. What was amazing? So continue with us in terms of what we got on the call that was maybe more color around what the outlook is all about.
Yeah, I think, look, there's just so much uncertainty that they're casting a wide net. We don't know where things will settle, but what we do know that people will come to Amazon to buy things still. And given that Amazon has a large 3P business, that means you can sell whatever you want on Amazon. They just want a % of that revenue. So will there be a shift in where their sellers are coming from? Possibly. And on the 1P side, where they do have more exposure, they front-loaded a lot of that inventory. So for now, they're somewhat insulated. But should these tensions build or even stay into the summer, I think we have bigger problems.
What about AWS, their cloud business?
Great question.
How was that doing
Which
in
we
the
normally
quarter?
would talk about.
Right. That seems a little bit more like resilient to all of these, factors that have to do with tariffs and trade.
It's a little more resilient, definitely, and the operating margins on that business is very high. We saw them come in at 39.5%, which is phenomenal, and we think a lot of that can help with Amazon being able to absorb some of those price increases.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We're going to let you catch your breath. I've been there. Hope you're okay. Allergies are killing all of us at this point. Poonam, good, though, that we could get a few minutes with you. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for E-commerce, Athleisure, and Off-Price Retail. Poonam Goyal, be well. Have a good weekend out there in our Princeton Bureau. Hey, folks, we're going to stay with supply chains. We've got someone who's been following, studying, talking about supply chains for more than 2 decades. We head to Florida. Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She's an entrepreneur and an influencer. As we mentioned, studying supply chains for a long time. She's founded the Let's Talk supply chain brand and podcast. She's also co-founder and CEO of a bid and freight platform called Ships Inc. And she joins us. Hey, Sarah, good to have you here. Before we get into the nitty gritty, tell us about your studying of supply chains for the past 2 decades, because it's obviously a super timely topic today, but I don't know that everybody cared so much a few decades ago, maybe during the pandemic, but not necessarily 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, they definitely didn't. Thanks for having me on the show. So I've basically been talking about supply chain at the dinner table since I was 9. My parents owned a logistics company, and I worked in the family business, operations and sales, and then ended up founding our media business, which is Let's Talk Supply Chain, so podcasts and live shows and all sorts of things.
Okay, so let's start high level. How are global supply chains looking in the here and now? There's a lot of fear about what tariffs are going to do, but in the here and now, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so I was at a conference last week and there was a lot of optimism. It was a breakbulk conference, but I do know there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of supply chains being redesigned. I think the mindset is going from what are the challenges to what are the opportunities? How can we design our supply chains? What does that need to look like? Some examples I've seen recently. So Apple, a couple of years ago, they moved their production or their manufacturing, some of it, into India. And they did that because they wanted to use India as a new consumer market for them. And it's really paying off today because they're going to be able to produce iPhones in India and skirt some of the tariffs in China to be able to bring iPhones to the US as well. And there's a couple of other examples where, the electric vehicle maker Polestar, they've paused their annual forecast and they're shifting manufacturing to the US and Europe, whereas Aston Martin is limiting exports to the US. So I think everybody's just sort of taking a look at how do we want to spend our risk dollars? What does that look like? And what do we want to do right now?
Well, I think about all the globalization everybody's been pushing to over the last few decades. Like that was the way to go to the low-cost producer, go to the countries that could do it the best. It just kind of made a lot of sense. Do you think that's over?
No, I don't think it's over. I think people are waiting and seeing. I think a lot of retailers were able to get product out before the tariffs hit. Some retailers are going to get hit with the new tariffs, but I think there's a lot of organizations that are pausing orders right now, which is a bit of a problem, right? Because if we think about it, we're going into peak season, and peak season is where retailers and organizations are bringing in products for holiday season. So depending on how long this is going to go will determine whether they're going to turn on manufacturing again and whether they're going to order those products for holiday season. So we might not actually see some of the effects for another 5 to 6 months when people are starting to shop for holiday.
How is shipping looking right now? Because there were a few analysts earlier in the week and even the week before who had started to flag shipping data that cargo shipments are slowing, and then that's going to mean that we're soon going to see shelves empty because trade is just going to stop. Are those fears overblown?
No, I don't think so. The Port of Los Angeles came out with a stat that said that they're going to see a decline of 35%. And they're also looking at every fourth vessel not stopping at the port. And so what's going to happen is not as much cargo is coming in. And so the shipping lines are actually going to start charging more for container shipping as well. So not only are we going to have higher costs for goods, but we're also going to have higher shipping costs on container shipping because those vessels, those steamship lines, they're not going to want to lose money either.
You know, do you think, I don't know, I think about the negotiations between U.S. and China, or whether or not there really is any negotiations, right? I mean, do you think when all is said and done that we're going to find more reasonable trade deals created and it will go back to kind of somewhat business as usual, or no, things are going to change dramatically going forward?
So I'm not sure. I think at this point, nobody really has a crystal ball for that. I mean, if we think about what has happened
well, do companies
today
or do companies that you talk to or that you know, do they think it's going to go back to more of kind of business as usual, or they're not quite so sure?
They're not quite so sure right now either. I think everybody is sort of in a wait and see type mode at the moment. With the changes that came in for Shein and Temu today, you know, we're seeing $80 shipments that now has close to $69 in shipping and imports. Import charges. So these are the types of things that until it happens, we're not entirely sure how long it's going to stay and what that looks like. And so how do you plan for that? So a lot of forecasting and planning is really hard at the moment. And so supply chain teams have a lot on their plates right now.
I'm also wondering, you know, you talk about manufacturing. Do you think this idea that, you know, companies are going to be able to bring the manufacturing to the U.S., build factories here, is the supply chain in the U.S. equipped to handle, you know, what could be an influx of a ton more domestic manufacturing very quickly?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think there could be room for some. I'm not sure we can do it all in the U.S. I think there's a number of different factors. There's some labor factors. I saw somebody the other day talking about how machinery into the U.S. because of the tariffs might be more expensive as well. So I'm not sure we can necessarily equip those facilities with the machinery that we need to manufacture either. And also, it takes a long time to be able to set up manufacturing in a new location. I mean, if you take that example of Apple that I mentioned earlier, it's taken them a couple of years to shift some of that manufacturing into India, and it's paying off today because of the tariffs. But at the end of the day, it's a really long-term play. And a lot of people were moving to Mexico, and now they're unsure how that actually fits into their manufacturing like cadence as well.
That's what's fascinating, Sarah. And I think this is something that we talked about a lot after COVID. We would have just even architects or developers coming in and saying, you know where there's a lot of activity? Mexico, because people are moving operations to Mexico. And coming off of COVID, we realized how vulnerable our supply chains really, really were, and that we wanted stuff closer to home. And so like that shift already started happening. I mean, what is going on behind the scenes? Even with Apple, you mentioned India. We have talked with our Mark Gurman, who covers that company flawlessly and in depth. And, you know, we've been having conversations how Apple was spreading out its supply chain, but still so reliant on China, still is. But then, bam, it was like, well, wait a minute. We can, next year, have all the iPhones that are needed in the United States come from India. So I feel like there's stuff that's been going on very quietly. What are you hearing about what companies are doing quietly as they continue to maybe spread their supply chain around?
Yeah, again, I think they're looking at the design of their supply chains. Where do I want to spend my risk dollars? Where can I actually source the components that I need to be able to create the products that I need? Just another mention on Apple, they looked at manufacturing the iPhone in the US, and it would cost the US consumer $3,500. Yeah. So there's a lot of conversations. We would not be buying the phone.
Yeah, right. I mean, 3 phones in my household, and that's what, almost $10,000? That's a lot. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just mean like it's different for different organizations, and supply chains look different across the board. And so for some, manufacturing in the U.S. makes sense, especially for medications and chips for technology and things like that. What you were talking about coming out of the pandemic, those are the things we want to manufacture close to home. But for some organizations, it really doesn't make any sense. Taking that Apple example, at $3,500 for an iPhone, nobody's going to spend that kind of money. So I think it's a bit of a push-pull. Everybody's having this discussion. They're looking at the design. Where can we source? Where can we purchase? Where can we manufacture? What makes the most sense for us and for our customers?
Sarah, what are you seeing from small businesses? What are the particular challenges, you know, someone who's in the U.S. is going to face if they're a small business?
Yeah, I think if they're a product-based business, they're sort of rethinking what it is that they want their business to look like. I was recently reading an article about there was a bunch of small businesses that were sort of looking at the tariffs and saying, we want to be exempt from it. And one of those small business actually said they're going to pivot from products into services because that makes the most sense for them right now. And I think back to the pandemic, and some small businesses pivoted what product they were actually selling, and some went into hand sanitizer. So I feel like this is kind of a similar thing at the moment that small businesses were faced with during the pandemic.
All right. So when you kind of watch, like probably all of us, the news coming out of certainly the White House, and then just kind of what you are hearing from folks in terms of managing their own supply chains and what you're seeing, I don't know, how are you thinking about the next 6 months or so?
I think that it's going to be very unpredictable. I think that it's extremely uncertain right now. And if retailers and organizations are pausing shipments at the moment, I don't think we're going to see the ripple effects for another 5 to 6 months. And I think we may see some challenges over the holiday season. I think organizations are sort of in a wait and see, right? And I just don't think that anybody has the answers right now until we figure out where those tariffs are going to land.
Well, and right, as you said, and we talked, kind of kicked off in the 2 p.m. hour talking with our Mike McKee, who follows the economy, and talking about the jobs report. And it looked like things at this point are doing pretty well. But the concern is when this data starts to hit, whether it's consumers, we've seen it in sentiment, but when it comes into the actuality of it. I am curious, are you thinking a recession is likely too, from the conversations you're having and the people you're talking to?
I'm not sure. Everybody's kind of all over the map. Some have said possibly. Some are saying we might not. I think it's too early to tell, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay. Yep. That's why we're on pins and needles. Not today. Everything seems awesome today. Gonna leave it there. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. Good to meet you and talk with you. Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, founder of Let's Talk Supply Chain, joining us there from Florida. All right, folks, let's get back to the markets. 20 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day. Back to Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much indeed. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Jobs Friday, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com. station.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P right now up by 1.6%. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here he is, Bill Maloney.
Good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with a bid today as China said they were evaluating the possibility of trade talks. The Dow is currently up 608 points. S&Ps are higher by 90, while NASDAQ gains 1.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 4.31%. Gold and oil are in the red, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 0.7%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the green, led by gains in telecom and the financials. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, 3M and American Express, while Apple fell 4% after earnings and led to the downside. In the gaming space, Take-Two dropped as much as 10% after delaying the release of Grand Theft Auto. And wrapping things up, the S&P 500 is trading higher for a ninth day, headed for the longest winning streak since 2004. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time now for Drive to the Close with Alexis Brown Roberts, COO at Alexis Investment Partners, with us from Montgomery, Texas. And she's joining us right now when the S&P 500 is on track for its longest streak of gains since 2004.
Feels like a big deal.
It feels like a big deal, but let's see what Alexis thinks. Is this a sustainable bounce off of the lows, or are these gains just going to reverse soon and then next week we're going to be talking about how there's so much red?
Exactly.
Well, hi, Carol and Emily. It's great to see you again, Carol, and it's nice to meet you. Thank you both for having me on. And that really is $1 million question right now, isn't it? It's what investors are all asking each other themselves. But we think it's sustainable. I mean, we came into this year expecting a very volatile but overall positive year, although admittedly a little bit of a different path. We thought we were going to be more positive in the front end and then have this volatility in the back end. Looks like we're flipping that around, but we do see this as being sustainable. I mean, earnings are still doing well, and honestly, there's a lot of cash on the sidelines, and we really do think.
All right, wait a minute, Alexis, I have to stop you because what's interesting is you say earnings going well. Amazon, Apple, massive companies, massive weightings in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100. We talked with our Eric Weiner about this, that it is unusual, especially Apple. You know, often so goes Apple, so goes the market. And that to see kind of broad-based buying, but these two names down substantially because of the worries, the big worries that is really the overhang of the overall financial U.S. market. That's not odd to you? And also that retail investors are really buying, but it's not necessarily the institutional guys. So, like, how does that factor in to, you know, your outlook? You're optimistic, but doesn't that kind of concern you a little bit?
Their earnings were actually strong. If you look at the numbers, they did well this past quarter.
But that's backwards.
That's concerning investors is the guidance.
Right.
Right. But it is since, I mean, we've been living with tariffs for 2 months now. So it has been since Liberation Day, as they like to call it. But the guidance going forward is really what's worrying investors. I mean, honestly, with the amount of uncertainty right now, why wouldn't CEOs be saying, hey, this is an uncertain environment and kind of trying to tamper down expectations? I think as investors, if we didn't hear CEOs say, we'd be taking a step back going, hold on, are you not seeing what's happening? So yes, absolutely, there's uncertainty. There's reasons to be worried. But honestly, those names, they were beaten down a lot because they had just been the leaders so strong prior to this move. When you're looking at things like productivity, AI, they're going to be good again. And even more since then, we actually did buy into these bigger cap tech names once we had this pullback because they had been valued much higher than they were now. And when you have an opportunity to buy these names at a more reasonable valuation, I mean, you might as well. At the end of the day, NVIDIA is going to do better than Coca-Cola. Nothing against Coca-Cola, but just their earnings potential is higher. And if you can get a more similar PE between a big tech name versus a stables name like that, I would rather do it. So that's my view on the tech names there. I think they've been beaten down. They're going to participate more in this recovery as we've been seeing. Tech has really been participating in this recovery. Now, once we're fully recovered, will we see a broadening of leadership, potential rotation of leadership? Absolutely, and we're watching for that. But here, we'd rather be owning those names. And we took the opportunity with this dip to add to those names in particular.
Right. So I see your overweight stocks, but you also said in your notes that you're still hedging with gold. And I'm wondering what risks you're hedging for, and then what would have to happen for you to add more gold?
Yeah, so we are overweight stocks as well as we do hold our largest position is in gold. Now that's still just under a 10% position. It's about a 9% position. And really that's an opportunistic diversification, I would call it. It's not like every time gold goes up, stocks go down or vice versa. It really moves differently. And you see these large swaths of time where gold does really well and then swaths of time where they go lousy as well. But right now is one of those times where we really do see gold as performing well. We originally bought it as an inflation hedge, and that was a good decision on our part. Now we're really holding it as a more of a geopolitical risk hedge, not just from a geopolitics standpoint, but also from there's a lot of different moves being made all across the world from all the central banks. So also from a policy risk standpoint there as well.
What about overseas interest and allocation and buying?
Yeah, it's something we're definitely watching, and we are interested in potentially moving into foreign, but that again will probably more be after this recovery once we look to see more of that broadening of leadership and potentially that rotation of leadership. Foreign was doing definitely interestingly this year, but I think if you hop into it right now, you have that potential to really get whipsawed, and we didn't want to do that when some of these great tech names and other names had gotten beaten down and were more likely to participate in this recovery first. And then potentially we'll see that rotation into foreign leadership. And that's when we would be more interested in getting in then. So we're just being a little patient to avoid that whipsaw, but it is definitely on our radar.
Yeah, I would just point out, I mean, the Eurostoxx 50, I know it's been beaten up and maybe not as up as it was earlier this year, but it's still up about 8% year to date. And that compares with still about a 3.5% decline in the S&P 500. So, you know, betting overseas has still been pretty good this year.
Right, this year, but in the longer term.
No, I know, but you know, when you're...
Yeah. Well, Alexis, we only have like 45 seconds left, but I'm just wondering, what's the general vibe you're getting from clients? Are people panicked? Are they asking to go to cash, gold, or are people more optimistic?
We're really lucky with our client base. They've been through markets like this with us, and they've seen really that it's really difficult to have to go through moments like this. But if you think about it, most of the time you're hearing investors say that you want to buy low. Now that's really hard to do when you're emotionally charged. And luckily our clients trust us enough that we've had some who are nervous, who we just need to talk to, and then they wind up being fine. And some who actually want to send us more money so they get it more invested right now.
Yeah.
But really how we aim to make money for our clients is by participating. Sorry, what?
No, we got to run, unfortunately. But thank you. Always glad we can check in with you. Forgive me. Alexis Brown Roberts at Alexis Investment Partners.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. As we said, just under 7 minutes to go. We're going to wrap up this trading day on this Friday. Also, the week overall. It's been a week where we wrapped up April, started May, and it could be one for kind of the record books, or just at least a notable, right? Like,
JP Morgan flagged it was a record month of buying for retail investors.
Is that good or bad?
You know, Bloomberg's Eric Weiner would say it's a bad signal.
Right? No, I know. I keep thinking about what he had to say, right? It's not like the institutional buyers are all running back, right?
Yeah, but sometimes the institutionals, you know, like active managers, well, they tend to outperform when markets are down, but sometimes I feel like these guys just overthink it.
I know. Sometimes go with it. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll ultimately see. As you know, as we all know, this past month, I feel like every day, even before we got to the office, it was just what was coming out of the White House, the administration, and trade and tariffs have certainly been top of mind, because this could be game-changing, certainly for companies and how they do their business. We've been talking about Apple a lot in terms of their global supply chain and their China exposure. Supply chains, you can't just flip a switch, right, and change them.
No. It definitely does still feel like in the newsroom, people are still waiting for something to happen.
Waiting for something.
Waiting for something. Like, what is it? We don't exactly know, but...
This week felt that way.
Yeah.
Like, we're just kind of... in the meantime, you might be waiting for a strike. You live in New York, right?
Yes, I do.
So you don't have to worry about, like, New Jersey transit.
No, but I hear people always complaining about it.
It's because we like to complain.
Yeah.
Not just because we're from New Jersey. I can say that. I'm born and bred, love New Jersey. A train engineer strike may occur as early as May 16th, folks. So this is just around the corner, threatening to disrupt commutes, with New Jersey Transit only able to shuttle about 100,000 people by bus into New York every day. The union demanding... New Jersey Transit would need to increase fares by 17% starting later this year, hike the corporate transit fee by 27%, or make service reductions. I remember when it was like $1 to get on the subway. I'm not even that old. I'm older, but not that old. $1 to get on the path. It was like $4 in and out of New York every day. It's a lot more than that today.
Right. And if there is a strike, how is that going to roil commuters? NJ Transit said they're advising commuters to work from home if the strike kicks off, because they would only be able to shuttle about 100,000 people by bus into New York every day. And typically they operate more than 925,000 weekday trips across bus, rail, and light rail.
It's a big reduction.
Do you take the bus?
I don't. Were you laughing at me?
It just, like, I take the bus, like, you know, to get, I wouldn't commute on the bus because it's so unpredictable with the traffic.
No, I know.
Although and just like get so car sick and then you have to show up to work. Like, oh.
Tim's like that. He gets car sick. What's funny is I don't take the bus. I'm a train person.
I'm a train person.
I like going underneath the road, like bam, going in.
Right.
Nice and efficient. Every once in a while, though, I take a bus around New York. Sometimes like crosstown is kind of sweet.
Yes. Sometimes it is more convenient in Manhattan.
I'm wondering, have they talked to the bosses about that work from home thing?
Yeah, right.
Basically, bosses have said get back to work.
Yeah,
right?
they don't want people saying, sorry, there's a strike. But really, that's a big difference in people, 100,000 versus almost 1 million people using that. Every single day.
The one thing I will say, and folks who use mass transit in and around in our subways and stuff, there needs to be some upgrades, right? And funding challenges. New Jersey Transit has it. They are looking to finance the system by generating an expected $815 million in fiscal 2026. And that's why the governor of New Jersey enacted a corporate transit fee last year to help finance that. But it's a lot of money, a lot of fixes, but we'll see what happens. But man, that would make it kind of quiet in New York again.
Yeah, they're also trying to expand advertising on the trains, which I don't know how they're going to do that because there's already a lot of...
That's why I close my eyes.
Put
my earbuds in.
It's always the injury lawyers.
It's the injury lawyers. It is a lot of that, or like weird... I don't know.
Yeah.
It is kind of entertaining. They kind of just like wallpaper, right?
Yes.
With one ad. All right. Enough of that. Let's see what happens with that transit strike. Do not go anywhere, folks. We are just rolling off our best levels of the session. Still up about 1.5% on the S&P 500. You've got the NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 1.6%. We're counting down to the close. Over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now. Good.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele taking you through that closing bell. It's a global simulcast, and it starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Masser in the radio booth, Emily Grafeo in today for Tim Stenovic as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including that partnership with YouTube.
Romaine?
Feeling what number? What am I feeling? What am I feeling? Tell me what I'm feeling.
Are you feeling outnumbered?
Oh, outnumbered? Yeah. No, I love all of you. Well, almost all of you. I won't tell you which one.
Uh-oh. Wow, that's rough.
That hurts, man.
Interesting day here in the
I'm
markets.
joking.
Yeah.
Just differently.
That took a beat too long.
Yeah.
Well said, well said. S&P, as we know, as we all keep saying this, on track for its longest streak of gains since 2004, so big bounce here. It's almost like the tariff stress hasn't happened. It's not over, we know that, but what a reversal it feels like.
You know who's really not stressed about tariffs? The small cap issuers, because small cap index, Russell 2000, up over 2% today. And it was really rising after that positive economic data earlier this morning. All around risk on today.
Yeah, all around risk on, but at the moment, there's some technical analysts out there who still sees more clouds ahead. Tom DeMark accurately called the February top, the April low, and he says he sees another drop in the coming months that will lead to a bear market, so down 20% from the peak of the market.
And what I love about his call, though, he says that before we get there, we might actually retest some of the highs, and that kind of just shows you just how volatile this market is, that even with some of the more bearish calls on the street, they say, of course, the ride is not going to be linear in any stretch or of the imagination. As we get the closing bells here in New York, it is a solid day, green across the screen. We should point out, for the S&P 500, we're actually looking at one of the broadest rallies of the year. I think once we get the final tally, it might actually be at least the third broadest here in 2025. A gain of about 82 points or 1.5% on the day, and that's going to close out the week higher by about 3%. Similar gains on a daily and weekly basis for the other indices and averages. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up by more than 500 points or 1.4%. The NASDAQ up about 267 points or 1.5%. And the Russell 2000 gaining on the day about 2.2% and on the week higher by about 3%.
All right, quite a move to the upside. Just digging a little bit deeper into the S&P 500 today, guys. Broad-based buying. We'll see that more with Scarlett in just a moment, but 459 names in the S&P 500 gaining ground today. Only 44, Scarlett, to the downside.
Yeah, take a look at the IMAP. It's pretty straightforward here. Lots and lots of green, no red at all, at least in the 11 sectors here. The leaders in today's market, communication services, financials, both gaining at least 2%. Industrials up about 1.9%. The laggards are consumer staples and utilities, each down, or sorry, I misspoke, each up, not yet 1%, but that just gives you a sense of the defensives trailing and underperforming the growthy areas of the market.
A lot of green there. So a lot of choices for me in terms of gainers today. Do want to point out airline stocks. We saw them rallying along with the broader market after the latest batch of economic data was upbeat. We're talking about the jobs market we got this morning. So maybe assuaging fears that there was a U.S. economic slowdown coming, although many will remind us that maybe all of the data to come, we'll see how the tariff impact may come in future data points. Nonetheless, Delta among the top gainers in the S&P 500, a gain of about 6.5% in today's session. Your number one gainer, I should also point out Delta, after the close last night, authorizing a $1 billion share buyback repurchase plan. So I'm sure that certainly was at play. All right, to the number one gainer in the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, we're talking about Dexcom. It was up about 16% in today's session, pretty much closing at its best levels of the day. Makers of glucose monitoring systems posted better than expected revenue for the first quarter. Analysts noting a recovery in U.S. sales. BTIG saying the beat shows Dexcom is, quote, back on track. Five below, this plays into kind of the value retail space in a big way, up about 12% in today's session, so rallying. The company came out increasing its first quarter forecasts for sales and profit. Stock is still down, though, about 20% year to date. And
you know what I love about Five Below? You know they have all the different Haribo gummy bears, like all the different flavors.
Do they?
Yes.
Oh
it's
my
like
God.
a little dirty little
there.
secret.
Yeah,
Secret's out now.
So you shop there often?
Yes, because he likes the Haribo gummies.
Just for that.
If you go by his desk around 7 a.m., that's what you're going to get.
Well, they're saying thank you, Romaine, for shopping there.
You do. I've seen you.
No, I don't.
Wait, gummies
I
at 7 a.m.?
only eat healthy.
I've seen it.
I've never seen me eat lunch, so this actually explains a lot.
Yes, there we go.
All right, moving along. Finley
Salad.
said I could have 4 gainers
Carrots.
today. Thank you, Finley. Duolingo up about 21%, so finishing at its highs of the session. Thank you, actually, Emily, because she brought this to my attention. Boosting its
Or should
outlook.
you be saying domo arigato?
Raised full-year sales and profit outlook due to the success of its AI offering. Sounds like you've been using it, Romaine.
Muchas gracias.
Anyway, the AI offering is driving subscribers to that space, and that's a higher subscription. So, yeah,
Wonderful.
good stuff.
All right, Emily.
All right, so Carol had 4 gainers. I'm just going to do 3 decliners, though. But those gainers were really wonderful. Apple down 4% on a day when pretty much everything else was up. I found these decliners, and one of them was, one of the biggest companies in the stock market. The iPhone maker reported China's sales that were disappointing. They warned about the impact of tariffs, with Tim Cook saying that the planned U.S. tariffs on foreign imports will add $900 million in costs. We also got 2 rare downgrades on Apple today from Jefferies and Rosenblatt Securities, both turning more bearish on that stock than they were previously. I'm also looking at Block. Those shares sank as much as 24%. This is a digital payments company. They cut their gross profit guidance for the full year. And then the results also showed that their Cash App card spending unit came in weaker than expected, with consumers pulling back on spending on travel and entertainment. They were still spending, though, on those staples purchases like gas and groceries, but it's not a great macro read.
Do you use this Cash App, Emily?
I don't, but I do see the Block interface, like when you go to checkout on places.
A lot of
you
times,
kind of
right.
you kind of
Farmers
see that.
markets
Yeah,
and
I guess it
things
used
like
to be
that.
Square, now it's Block.
Farmers markets, aren't you fancy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is another company that I'm not familiar with. I don't know if any of you guys play video games. Take-Two Interactive. If you're superstitious, this was not a good number to end the day on. It was down 6.66%. Those shares were down today. The video game company delayed the release of Grand Theft Auto. It was supposed to launch this fall.
Yeah.
It's now not launching now. Grand Theft Auto 6.
Shocker.
Grand Theft Auto 6.
Next
There's
year.
been
Right, sorry, not
5
the
different
actual iconic video game. But the 6th version is now not coming out for
Who
at
would have
least
thought
another
that
year.
would have been delayed?
Maybe they just got to make it cooler.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I remember standing outside, doing the man on the street interviews for those who were lining up overnight to get the Grand Theft Auto. This was like 20 years ago.
The original one?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say you were lined up out there.
No,
Looking
someone
to
being
buy
like,
Grand
tell me how you feel with the camera there. Should I go to yields? Should we go to yields, guys?
Go to yields.
do it.
All right. So it was quite an interesting day, actually. So obviously you get the headline number from jobs and you see higher yields all across the board. But particularly in the 2 and the 5 and the 10s, we're now at the level that we saw since the beginning of April. Not so much with the 30s. So that's, I think, a little interesting as well. But for the short end and then the belly, you're definitely seeing yields back to where we were from like April 9th.
It's like nothing
area,
happened.
guys. It's like nothing happened.
Except that so much did.
Except so much did, which raises the question, how do you then think about buying and investing when we get more of these whippy headlines then? Does that set you up more for buying the dip because we now know what it looks like when in a turbulent month?
Well, thank you for setting me up so nicely, Alex. Really appreciate it. A story that caught our attention here, it has to do with Warren Buffett's favorite valuation indicator that's flashing a buy signal. It's called the Buffett Indicator. It measures the ratio of the stock market's total value to the dollar value of U.S. gross domestic product. It's currently at its lowest level since early September, Emily.
Yeah, this is, I guess, signaling that equities are relatively cheap. Even after the rally that we've had, the valuation signals are looking pretty healthy right now. This is like a classic, signal that us, at least us on the print side of the newsroom, look at.
One interesting thing, though, when I saw this, because there was another report out just the day before about just how narrow the equity risk premium is right now. When you take global stocks and you sort of put them up against what you would get in the fixed income space relative to that, I mean, it's still like the narrowest that we've had in several years, and that could maybe potentially be an impediment to future gains.
Do you think he's going to bring this up tomorrow at the annual general meeting of Berkshire Hathaway?
Oh, yeah, I thought you meant this conversation?
Not this
Yes.
conversation.
I was gonna say, you know what
yeah.
Scarlet Fu
Hold
said
on a
about
minute.
me
Warren's
yesterday?
calling, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
wants
By
to
the
jump
way, next Thursday, I don't know if this is actually going to happen, but next Thursday is VE Day, and President Trump has proposed making that a not necessarily a holiday, but designating it as Victory Day for World War II. And so a lot of people are wondering, does that mean we're actually going to get a national holiday at some point? And he wants to rename Veterans Day, which is November 11th, as Victory Day for World World War I. He wants to, in other words, celebrate the U.S.'s role in ending both world wars.
I don't know where to go from there.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Do you want an extra holiday?
I mean, everybody does.
Well, actually, we don't actually give out Veterans Day off anyway, though. The market's
It's true,
open.
and we clearly want to celebrate those for World War II. It's
Absolutely.
interesting when you wind up dissecting it into different wars versus just one day where we celebrate all veterans at the end of the day. And that is the end of the sign. Thank
On
you
that
for playing.
It's been a week. It's been a week. All right, that is a wrap, guys.
Wait, you guys are going off, right, to L.A.?
We are going to go off to Milken, talk to a lot of folks, certainly in the financial space and corporate space and political space. So we'll see what they have to say
Maybe
in terms of
the entertainment
optimism.
space.
And by
too.
you
Go to
guys,
LA.
we mean Romain Bostic and Carol Master will be headlining, along with Shonali Bostic, the great interviews from California and the Milken Conference.
Wow, see, Alex knows how to sell it. Carol, that was kind of lackluster.
I don't know. All right, that is a wrap.
She's tired from prepping.
Thank you very much. I am tired from prepping. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Folks, we call it the closing bell. We will all see you, some of us see you next week on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Emily Grafeo in for Tim Stennebeck on this Friday. It's been a big week. Earnings, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, so many. I think it was the busiest, heaviest week for earnings. You had trade and tariff tensions, the first 100 days of President Trump's second term. And then you have kind of the market ending back where it was before kind of the trade and tariff tensions. So that is the backdrop for this night's edition of Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston. Comes your way at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. David, of course, is the host of Wall Street Week and joins us here in studio. David, good to have you here. It is kind of a funny week where we feel like a lot coming at us, but we've all been talking about how things seemed to calm down a little bit, and yet there's still a lot going on.
A funny week as opposed to the last 7, 8, 9 weeks.
Well,
I mean, there's been a lot of funny weeks, I think, Carol.
Well, where the market volatility wasn't so extreme. Like we did see some calming down, I feel like the last week and a half or so. But you're right. I mean, we're still kind of wondering about the way forward.
Yeah, but I wonder how much of that, and this is speculating on my part, is because to some extent the White House, Donald Trump and the White House, backed off a little bit on the more aggressive talk about tariffs. Even going up to today and possible talk with China, maybe we could work things out after all. And I wonder how much of it is that. And therefore, will it come back if and when the language gets a little more aggressive? But I mean, there's been, right, in terms of rhetoric, some backing off, I think, of the tariff situation.
And easing, which is a good thing. Although the rhetoric against Harvard hasn't necessarily stopped.
Yeah, exactly. Good lead in there. We actually had Larry Summers on to talk about the Fed next week, because, you know, there's Fed meetings next week. And he talked about both the president and Scott Bessent trying to talk down the rates. But he also talked about Harvard, because there was a lot of news, including today, with President Trump.
It's among our most read stories.
Posting that they're going to withdraw the tax-free status from. Now, Larry obviously has a lot of relationship with Harvard over the years, including having been president and having gotten his PhD from there and being on the faculty forever when he wasn't serving in government. And he has some strong views about Harvard, and they're interesting views. They're a little bit nuanced because he's very critical of Harvard. At the same time, he doesn't think the government's doing it the right way. This is part of what Larry had to tell us.
I think there need to be strong actions taken by the trustees of the university, what we call at Harvard, the Harvard Corporation, and by its top leaders to very promptly and aggressively replace those in positions of administrative responsibility who take tendentious positions on issues. I think that universities have to stand for values, and I worry that there's a little bit too much of what might be called victimization Olympics in some of these reports.
I love that phrase, victimization Olympics. I hadn't heard it before. But you hear that Larry is nothing if not intelligent, and we hear intelligent people can have two contradictory ideas in their head at the same time.
Yeah.
And he does here. He thinks that Harvard has really been wrong in not being more vigorous in enforcing its standards. And his concern is, having had that report, those two reports that came out this week, his concern that the administration actually jump on it and really take aggressive action. At the same time, he doesn't think we have to protect students from everything. And he says the one thing is the government should have nothing to do with it. That's wrong.
You also talked about Fed independence, which that's been a really big theme in markets. There was a really noticeable gain in the stock market after Trump said that he wasn't planning on firing Powell after all.
Yeah, and that happened after the long bond went up, as I recall. He took a look at what was going on with the bond market.
Nudging.
Yeah, I've said somewhat facetiously, I used to think we were a government of laws, not of men. Actually, we're a government of bonds, not of men.
Yeah.
Because right now, the biggest check, it seems to, on the White House is the bond market. But we did talk about Fed independence, and of course, Larry's very strong on Fed independence. But he goes beyond that and says he's concerned about trying to talk it down as well. One interesting thing he said that surprised me a little bit is, you know, we have President Trump who says, I get to say what I think about the interest rates, and he does. He was actually, if anything, more concerned about Treasury Secretary Bessent this week coming out and saying, well, when the short-term yield is below the federal funds rate, that says you've got to cut rates. And he said, wait a second, we expect presidents to say all kinds of political things. You know, that's a perspective. You expect the Treasury Secretary, which he was at one point, to really be sophisticated in financial analysis. And when the Treasury Secretary comes out and says that, he also said it's a failure of analysis. He said that's the bond market predicting what's going to happen. It's not saying what should happen.
I love that you went there. First of all, it's been like that for, I think, about a year, right? That comparison. It's so funny that you did that because I went back and looked at his background, right? In terms of where he went to school, he worked on Wall Street. He understands, Scott Bessent, how financial markets work. And so for him, like Mike McKee talked about this. I'm like, when the Treasury Secretary knows how markets work and he says this.
Yeah. Well, he does have a boss.
I know.
But you're right. I mean, we have to
to
remember he was Soros's guy, working with Stan Druckenmiller, under Stan Druckenmiller. He was sort of a protege, including when they broke the pound. I mean, he was there in London at the time. So, as you say, he knows the markets really, really well. He's a very sophisticated, and that's a good thing for all of us. You know, so they go back to the long bond and what happened. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott Bessent had something to do about that. But Larry really sort of took him on and said, that is not the way you look at the markets, and that's not should be telling us. So, as I say, he does have a boss.
I want to move to one of the stories that you guys are doing tonight, and that is Vanguard's 50th anniversary. I think about folks like Jack Bogle, and I always would love to go back to people and be like, help me understand here, or do you, would you be as stressed as it feels?
Yeah, it is the 50th anniversary of Vanguard's first fund, and really the advent of passive investing, and we know where that's all taken us. And actually, a colleague, Katie Greifeld, went out and interviewed the CEO of Vanguard, and I interviewed David Booth, who actually, they helped, believe it or not, they helped get Vanguard going with funds. I did not know that. They were working at Wells Fargo. And they had sort of created these, and Wells Fargo didn't want to do it, and they took it to Vanguard, who launched it. So we talk about passive investing, where it came from, how big it's gotten, how big it will get, and what comes next. Which is, it's a fascinating sort of part of the history of the financial markets.
I just always remember, the idea of you never have to pay for fees. Why would you pay for fees in a fund, right? They really, that was their thing.
It's totally right. And look at what's happened with fees since then, right? I mean, I remember going one year to the Warren Buffett annual shareholder meeting of Berkshire, coming up this weekend again. And I remember him saying in response to a question, Bogle was there. And he said, I want Bogle to stand up. I want applause for Jack Bogle. He said, this man did more to improve the financial system of Americans than anybody else ever. He was a big adherent of Jack Bogle. Now, I always thought personally that was because Warren Buffett does well when it's all funds with no fees, because it gives him an opportunity to find the opportunities that the masses aren't going. That's a little cynical on my part, but Warren has a little more room to play when he's just up against passive investors.
But I do, no, you're absolutely right. But I do think about, this was somebody who thought about, all right, the individual investor, right? Don't, layer on lots and lots of fees. We're out of time. I would love to talk South Korea's baby bust. I would love to talk about.
Oh, yeah, the demographic issue in Asia. Yeah, that's good.
It's happening. All right, well, that's a tease then. right?
Okay.
It's a huge problem. All right, great tease then. David, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
As always, David Weston, host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. It's coming your way, folks, on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. Catch it at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. I'm Carol Master along with Emily Graffeo. Just a quick reminder of how we closed on this Friday. You're talking about a gain of about 1.5% for the S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1.4%, and the NASDAQ 100 up 1.6%. This is Bloomberg.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. An up day, an up week as well. Let's begin with the weekly numbers. This week, the S&P 500 index was up 2.9%, up for a second week. Today, the Dow up 3% on the week. NASDAQ this week higher by 3.4%. The bulls moving higher today, or pushing higher today, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all gaining. S&P, by the way, had its longest winning streak in 2 decades, 9 in a row. row. Scars from April's tariff shock healing on fresh signs of U.S.-China diplomacy. The S&P today was up 82 points, up by 1.5%. The Dow up 564, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 266. That was a gain of 1.5%. The Russell 2000 index outperformer today up by about 2.3%. The 10-year 4.30%. The 2-year 3.82%. Gold little changed, up 74 cents the ounce to 32.39. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 58.53 a barrel. Bitcoin up by 0.5%, 96,960 on Bitcoin. After earnings, Apple down 3.7% after earnings today. Amazon lower by 0.1%. Recapping 9 in a row for the S&P 500 index, a winning week up 2.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, not like you don't have enough things to worry about, but check this out, folks. Daily life increasingly depends on systems of satellites orbiting the Earth. As fleets proliferate, every greater numbers of expired units will ultimately hurtle back toward the surface. They're coming back down. So what could possibly go wrong? I got to say, this is the subject today of Bloomberg's Big Take. It means the Bloomberg editorial team has said this is a must read. It is also among the most read stories on the Bloomberg. And I got to say, it's a story that should be experienced online or on the Bloomberg because it's just very cool in terms of the graphics and images and animations that accompany it. All right, so let's get to it. A team of reporters worked on it, led by Bloomberg News sustainability editor Eric Roston. He joins us here in studio. Also with us is Bloomberg News space reporter Sana Pashankar. She is in Washington, D.C. All right, guys, incredible. We've all been talking about this story. It's a little terrifying. Eric, why don't you set the scene? We know that there are a lot of satellites in space, and we're talking about a lot of times there are a lot of smaller satellites. We know we really need them. Lay it all out for us. Give us some size and scope here and what we're dealing with.
Sure. So we've been sending up ever more satellites since the advent several years ago of satellite internet services, obviously with Starlink being the pretty far ahead of all the others. And we've all read stories over the years of space junk, and there's so much stuff that we've sent into orbit that there's increasing concern that something might hit something else, and then you'll have screws flying around at 20,000 miles an hour, and nobody wants that. So knowing that all these satellites were going up, they were built according to what's called a design for demise strategy. Basically, at the end of the...
kind of like a planned obsolescence in space?
100%.
Yeah.
And these things last 5 years, and so they deorbit them, and they just let the atmosphere burn them up. And the funny thing about burning something up is you don't get rid of the particles that make it up. So all those particles that used to be in the satellite are just going to become a part of the atmosphere. And that's kind of been fine in over the decades as we've deorbited things and burned them up the atmosphere. But given the projections of how many satellites are going to go up and how many are going to have to come out of orbit every day, they're looking at a seeding of the top of the atmosphere with a number of substances that could lead to further deterioration of the ozone layer, which is this gaseous layer that hangs in the stratosphere and protects living things from the sun's ultraviolet rays.
Basically, we're allowed to live, right? Survive, because we have the ozone layer.
Yeah.
It's a little important.
It's pretty important. And so there's, and the neat thing about the science that is coming out now is it's not a problem yet. One thing that I think is overlooked a lot about some of these big systemic planetary problems is even though they seem huge and unmanageable to us, a big rock in space with atmosphere around it is kind of easy to model for the physicists. And so they've gotten pretty good over the last 50 to 100 years of saying, hey, if we keep adding these materials, this is probably going to happen. So we're getting the alert just when we need it most and just when the industry and governments can decide how they want to cope with the issue.
So, Sana, let's bring you in here. Maybe you could just describe to us what actually happens. There's a satellite you know, it's deconstructing, I guess we could call it, and it's falling from the sky. Like, what is going on with the satellite itself and then in the atmosphere when this is taking place?
Yeah, so they're basically the satellites, when they are deorbited at the end of their lifespan, they basically disintegrate upon reentry. So the atmosphere kind of pulls them in, and they burn up in the fiery atmosphere, and they release materials like aluminum and other metals. And that, as Eric mentioned, it can potentially alter the chemical composition of the upper atmosphere. And it could also, you know, deplete the ozone layer. And as Eric mentioned, you know, the research is still new, it's still burgeoning, but that is what scientists are saying. And you know, it's especially important because this issue is only supposed to get more extreme as the number of satellites are expected to project. So right now, the amount of satellites in the in orbit have basically followed like a hockey puck trend. So they keep every single year. There's been like I think at the past 5 or 6 years, there's been a record number of satellites going up. And, you know, there's some projections that there's, you know, around 12,000 today, and that could go up to between nearly 60,000 to 100,000 in about 5 years.
That's nuts.
Exactly. So with that, all those satellites have to come down at some point. So that's why, you know, the alarm bell is so important right now, because we have the opportunity to kind of help, you know, make regulation, mitigate those impacts before maybe it becomes too late.
Oh, that sounds so sweet. I just want to throw in numbers. You guys have great stats in here. By 2035, Goldman Sachs projects the value of the satellite industry will reach $108 billion, up from $15 billion. I'm being fun with you in terms of regulation because I'm just wondering, it sounds like, Eric, the government, like somebody needs to be watching and saying, we got to deal with this, potentially.
You know, and ironically, the government's decision that these things should sunset after 5 years was a part of looking at the situation and forward thinking. But, you know, there's just no free lunch. So any policy decision is...
Do they have to have them sunset after 5 years?
Well, they'll stop working.
They just stop
at a certain point. And so like you don't want stuff flying
floating
around. I mean, one of the things they're looking at, that engineers are looking at in terms of the making these things themselves, is are there other materials they can make it out of? You know, things that that may not seed the atmosphere with these particular chemicals.
Sana, talk to us about the observed environmental impacts that we've seen so far. I know in the piece you guys mentioned soot, and I'm wondering, you know, scientists have observed these effects, but do we understand yet whether these are necessarily bad or not?
Yeah, so it is an early field of research, but it has been seen that that like kerosene, which used to power many launches. So this is now talking about when the rockets are bringing the satellites into orbit. That was powered by kerosene, which could lead to soot pollution. So that is, you know, a chronicled effect. And so when that soot is, you know, at loftier heights, like it's in the atmosphere, it absorbs heat and it accelerates glacial melt. So that is one impact that we know is happening, but that's more associated with launches than with satellite reentries. With satellite reentries, it's a little bit more uncertain. They definitely there's been a good amount of research that says that these particles have especially the ones that are like aluminum and alumina ones, have the ability to you know, affect the ozone layer, but those are still being studied. And there's definitely like a lot more research that needs to be done to understand how is, you know, the best way for satellite companies to think about this, the best way for governments to think about this, industry. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because you guys include in this too about what happened with jet fuel, right? And the impact on the ozone, and certainly companies, the industries came together. And I want to put this out to both of you. Son, I'll go to you first, and then Eric, maybe come on in. Is regulation even an option when you have someone like Elon Musk around the White House trying to get SpaceX contracts? You know, guilty. I've got, one of his discs. I can't even think of what it's called. Starlink. Thank you very much. I understand it works really well, the value, but I'm just curious, is it even an option with Elon Musk? And Sana, if you have some thoughts on that, then I'd love Eric for you to address as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's hard. I feel like this is not, what's on top of mind for people in the government and especially satellite companies and like the people that think about this regulation, which is the FCC. The FCC makes the regulations for space companies. The Space Bureau chief of the FCC said that we can, manage this without regulation and we can be sustainable in space without regulation. But it's also like, it's confusing how exactly that would happen without regulation. And so I think that when you have an administration that is so enthusiastic about reaching the commercial heights of space in low Earth orbit, it definitely feels more difficult than maybe it could have been in the past or in another administration.
Right.
And also, like, we spoke to several companies and they are going to keep operating the way they do unless someone tells them, that there's new regulation, you have to do that. So I think it will really have to start at the top. But as you said, I think it's a little bit difficult to see that really happening in today.
Eric, come on in, because you guys even talk about, I think someone talking about, we need some research a little bit more, right? And we know research has been cut back in a big way in the government.
Yeah, you can't just roll out of bed and collect data from the top of the stratosphere. And there's some data that's come in over the years from launches to see what's in the wake of rocket launches. But this is they need a new program. There was a good study in 2023 that came out. One of the first things to put this on the map. They flew NASA stratospheric, high-flying airplanes, collected some materials from up there, and they found that already 10% of the stratospheric aerosols have aluminum in it from re-entered satellites.
So I don't know. I hate to leave people with
well, there's a good, we have a strong history of dealing with the ozone layer. There was a huge problem in the mid '80s. All the countries got together, decided they were going to fix it, and they did.
Yeah,
they fixed it.
So maybe we should take a page from the history books on this, and let's hope everybody looks at that in reminder of what we can do. Guys, incredible story. Sana Pashankar, she is a Bloomberg News space reporter out in D.C., and of course, Eric Roston, Bloomberg News sustainability editor. Check it out. It is the Bloomberg Big Take. It's on the Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A trade association representing footwear producers is asking the Trump administration to consider tariff exemptions for its products, saying the levies will drive up the cost of shoes in the U.S. and cause businesses to shutter. A move higher today, a winning week 2 in a row. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing today and on the week. Today, the S&P was up 82, up 1.5%, 56.86 on that index. The Dow up 564, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 266, up by 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.3%. The 10-year 4.30%. The 2-year 3.82%. Gold flat right now, $32.38 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $58.52 for a barrel of WTI. So today, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P managed to make it 9 winning sessions in a row. That's a record that goes back by a streak, I should say, that goes back for roughly 20 years. Alexis Brown Roberts is COO at Alexis Investment Partners. And right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, she told us she understands why companies have been guiding lower.
We've been living with tariffs for 2 months now, so it has been since Liberation Day, as they like to call it. But the guidance going forward is really what's worrying investors. I mean, honestly, with the amount of uncertainty right now, why wouldn't CEOs be saying, hey, this is an uncertain environment and kind of trying to tamper down expectations?
Alexis Brown Roberts of Alexis Investment Partners. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. A prominent declining stock today, Take-Two Interactive Software. It pushed back the release of the next Grand Theft Auto to next year, saying it's going to give the team more time to finish what is expected to be one of the most lucrative video games ever. Take-Two, though, down today by 6.7%. And shares of Block Inc. sank the most in more than 5 years after the digital payments company reported first quarter results below analyst estimates. The stock today, Block, down 20.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Bellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Now, as we saw with some of the last earnings, including Apple and Amazon, tariffs are definitely making their mark in many industries. We've talked about that a lot over the last couple of hours. None more, though, perhaps, though, than the auto industry, as we've reported on a lot as well here at Bloomberg. And as Bloomberg's Hannah Elliott writes in this week's Pursuits newsletter, quote, confusion and chaos have reigned since President Trump signed a proclamation on March 26th to implement a 25% tariff on autos and parts imported into the United States. So what's a global automaker to do? Hannah looked into it. She is Bloomberg Pursuit's auto columnist, co-host of the Hot Pursuit podcast. It can be found on the Bloomberg, at Bloomberg.com, and wherever you get your podcast. She joins us from LA. Hannah, great to have you here with Emily and me. Big picture, if we can just start there, and then we'll dig into the newsletter, but it all kind of relates. When you have conversations with global automakers, how are they continuing to think about the tariffs, the global tariffs, how they're managing and how they continue to think about their global supply chains and selling in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. And like we've talked about before, it seems like each automaker is doing something slightly different. I'll give you an example. Mercedes just announced this week that they are going to actually be moving production of one of their core segment vehicles. We don't know which one yet, but they will be moving production of that vehicle into the US. So this is how they're coping. They're just saying basically, all right, if we're gonna be taxed on vehicles we import, we're gonna start making more vehicles in the US. So that is one example. Ferrari, as we've talked about, has just said, we're gonna have a 10% across the board increase in prices. Let's be honest, probably not a lot of Ferrari owners are going to bat an eye at that. In fact, maybe it makes the cars even more desirable. Aston Martin, for instance, has said they're going to stop importing new cars for the moment, put a pause on it, and see how this all shakes out. So again, it's like case by case by case. The main thing that I hear that everybody is saying is just, it's very, very difficult to plan when you don't know what the target is. They would like some consistency and a target that doesn't move, and the target is still moving, which makes it difficult to plan.
Well, but it sounds like Mercedes is at least planning a little bit. Do you know any more details about just kind of like how they're going to do this? Because are they going to build a new factory, and they still have, I'm assuming, many, many different car parts that are all going to go into this vehicle. It just sounds like a lot of, not to have a pun here, but a lot of moving parts.
That's a great question, Emily. The good thing that Mercedes has going for it is it already is established in the U.S. as a major builder. Mercedes has been here for decades. They've got a factory in the South. They have over 11,000 employees that are U.S. workers, plus 400 suppliers or so, all in the U.S. So this is not as necessarily a heavy lift as if they had nothing and then they're just going to decide we're going to build a new factory and do all the things. They're very firmly established. In fact, what Ola Kalinius told me about a month ago when I was with him in Rome is that they consider themselves an American company. And I know that sounds a little bit weird, but considering how long they've been in the US and how many Americans they employ, Ola was really making the case that, hey, we are an American company. Let's not forget, even a company like Tesla, which does have factories in California and Texas, also has a big factory in China. So you kind of get into this question of, well, what is really American? It's a bit of a gray area when you start really counting components and imports and production and all of that.
No, I was kind of impressed by those numbers. I didn't realize first of all, how long, Hannah, and how much that they were doing. I knew they did some, but yes. I didn't realize so much the presence. So they can really say made in America.
Completely. BMW's in the same position. They've got literally I believe 11,000 workers in the U.S. Their plant in Spartanburg has been there for years. They really are part of the fabric, especially in the South, providing a lot of American jobs. So their argument is, hey, why are we being penalized as if we are not putting things back into the country?
Okay, tell us about what's happening in Miami this weekend. I don't think you're going, but you know the plans.
I know the plan. This year I am not going, but of course this is year 4 of Formula One in Miami. It's funny you should mention it. Just this week we spoke with Ollie Behrman, who's the driver for Haas. He's 19 years old. This is his first year in Formula One.
Great.
Haas, of course, is an American team. He's racing in Miami this weekend. It's going to be a really big deal because I just saw that they have extended the deal to keep the race in Miami until 2041. So we're going to be in Miami for a while, and the parties look really extreme. I just saw they've got Tiesto DJing too, so it's going to be a big weekend.
It's quite an event, right? No doubt about it. Hey, listen, before you go, in the newsletter, you also talk about what you've been loving lately. It's actually in our backyard. It's in Brooklyn.
Oh, Wheels of New York.
Yes.
This is my favorite car show that I've been to in a year at least. It was so cool. It's Wheels of NYC is the Instagram handle. It was a car show of vintage cars, everything from Ferraris to like Grand Nationals, like Kendrick Lamar loves, to Porsches, to Rolls Royces, and the vibes were good. And it was in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I just had the best time. I loved it. I highly recommend anyone going. They're going to have another one pretty soon. So
it's not a show that I've heard about. I mean, it's been around for a while. No, it's new.
No, it's new. It's niche. This is not a big established. This is like a very grassroots, organic. It's not corporate. It's just people who love cars. And I just love that it was all ages, all races, all different types of people and styles, and everyone was just happy. It felt like a little slice of heaven. It was really great.
Okay, very quickly, you got an email from Porsche. It was a mysterious note. They're building this picture that you have in the newsletter. I don't know if it's a makeup, if it's AI, or it's a real car, but it looks crazy.
Porsche likes to tease us with these special projects that they have. The short of it is this. The Porsche 917 is a very famous race car. They actually made one that was legal for the street. And Porsche has sort of teased us with a picture of the car and then sort of saying something's happening in June. Now, we all know, as you know, that Le Mans, this big endurance race, happens in June. So it's kind of like, are they going to be bringing a car back to race? You know, are they making a new one? We don't really know, but I think it could be something road legal that we might see in June, so stay tuned.
Such cool stuff, and it's all in the newsletter that you can check it out. Hannah, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Bloomberg Pursuit's auto columnist, co-host of the Hot Pursuit podcast. Download it. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on the Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. As you know, Tim has been off. David Gora with me in the first hour. Emily Graffeo, thank you so much for being here for the last couple of hours on a day where, you know, pretty notable in terms of the bounce that we have seen in the S&P. You know, pretty significant gain. What was it, 9 days?
9 straight days. It was the biggest win streak for the S&P since 2004.
It's a big.
I was not paying attention to financial markets in 2004, if I may add.
All right.
That's a big stat for me.
I was. Let's take a look at some stocks in the move this past week because there was a lot going on. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sikova. Where shall we begin?
Let's start with one stock in the Magnificent Seven that didn't enjoy the rally we're cheering. It's Apple. We had the earnings report, much awaited, but it didn't fail to suit the biggest concern investors have. And of course, this is tariff costs and a slowdown in China. Apple expects $900 million in higher costs from tariffs. Apple received at least 2 downgrades on Friday. So we got the earnings report Thursday, Friday, 2 downgrades. One of them is coming from Jefferies. Stock is now underperformed. And this is one of the rare bears when it comes to Apple. The company is saying tariff impact will expand over time to create more earnings downside. We also saw a downgrade at the Rosenblatt Securities. The stock is now neutral from buy. Shares fell about 2% this week, which compared to the 3% surge of S&P is quite a lot. And year-to-date losses are extending to about 18%. So a pretty rough start of the year.
Considering the drop that it had on Friday, that's not so bad for the week overall, right?
No, but considering the move we saw in Magnificent Seven and the Nasdaq, it's definitely lagging behind.
Right, it's notable. Okay, what about in the healthcare space? I feel like there was a lot going on this week.
Right, we're talking about war when it comes to those weight loss
drugs, right?
Yes, exactly. The competition is heating up, and things are not so pretty. Eli Lilly.
Or GLP-1. What did I call them? HG1?
Yeah.
I'm just making up drugs. No, they're GLP-1 drugs.
Yes, exactly. GLP-1. So Eli Lilly had a pretty tough week. It dropped about 7% this week. Of course, the big hit came on Thursday when we got those news from CVS announcing a plan to drop its blockbuster weight loss drug Zepbound and making their rival Wegovy more widely available. So it's an interesting thing that actually the Novo drug, which is Wegovy, is more expensive. It's around $1,300 for a month of supply, while Eli Lilly's Zepbound is cheaper. But this is where Wegovy becomes more competitive because they have they can lower the prices, they have more negotiation power over here. And what we've seen this week is a tough start for Eli Lilly, which actually year to date still is up 7%. It had a very strong start of the year, but we're seeing that war heating up and putting pressure on Eli Lilly.
Our Madison Muller has been doing, the whole team, the healthcare team, but we've talked with her about it in terms of a price war among these GLP-1 drugs. I have to say when it comes to drug pricing and the negotiations, I never quite get, okay, so it's better to come in higher and then I guess you have more room for negotiating. Like that whole thing with PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers and stuff, I just don't get. I mean, just tell us what it costs, charge us, make some money on it, and let's move on. That's kind of how I would like to see it. But nonetheless, you saw some big moves on that. Spotify also on the move this week.
Yeah, Spotify is an interesting story of reversal. It started the week on Tuesday with a pretty bad start after the earnings report. It wasn't necessarily such a bad earnings report. We saw a massive growth in subscribers, around 270 million subscribers, but there was a profit miss. This is which was the reason why the stock fell a lot and investors didn't really pay attention to that subscriber number. But then on Friday, we had news that Apple has approved the company's US app update, which is allowing users to access pricing directly at Spotify. So that lifted the stock higher, and Spotify is actually up this week after a pretty rough day on Tuesday. And the year-to-date win is pretty big. It's about 40%. And this comes after two very strong years. The company raised prices, but still, it's doing well. It's growing podcasts, YouTube, you know.
So the app is on the Apple app, but you can pay for it externally.
You can use it on the Spotify app, and you can go beyond just Apple Pay, right? You can use more methods of payments.
Which means the other story is like less service revenue potentially, right, for Apple. That's the other side.
Yeah, Apple fell on that news.
As you said.
Look at that going full circle here.
Yes, it's good. Yeah.
Okay, there was one other stock that ended the week down a lot. I don't know if you play video games.
I
know
actually
this name,
loved GTA as a child.
Okay.
And not a child, as a teenager. It's a
pretty violent game.
I was going to say.
But I feel though this was the time when we were expecting GTA 6. And here we are, as a full-time journalist, it's delayed again. That put pressure on Take-Two Interactive, which is down on the week. But there is another winner that is Electronic Arts. It's up on the week. It had a great week. Of course, that comes off some bad news of layoffs, but perhaps investors are reading this as cost-cutting measures. But that delay on much-awaited GTA 6, which has investors are expecting to be one of the greatest releases, is driving the stock down.
All right, so appreciate some movers on the week overall. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sikko.